them.
Okay. Just about there.
This is strange because we ride scooters too. Shift back and forth between the two.
Well, the weight too.
Yes. Oh, the Harley is so heavy. If he dropped it, he could never pick it up.
Okay. Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. It's 9 a.m. Monday morning, June the 6th. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Fort Myers Beach Town Council. All council members are present, the town manager, town attorney, town clerk, people from island members here are here, and others. So we'll start as always with the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that comes to us. We pray for strength and guidance for each day, for each day's duties, and for each day's problems. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence among us. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next item is the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Bob Brandt.
Good morning. For the record, Robert Brandt, 457 Estero. I'm here to talk briefly about the sea turtle ordinance, and I know you have it later on in your agenda, but my direction is not towards the lighting, although I think that needs to be revisited. My direction is towards the obstructions or alleged obstructions on the beach. I want to point out to you that this ordinance covers the whole state of Florida. Sea turtle nesting habitat means all sandy beaches adjoining the waters of the Atlantic Ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, the Straits of Florida, in all coastal counties, and all inlet shorelines of those beaches. Nesting habitat includes all sandy beaches, unvegetated or vegetated dunes immediately adjacent to the sandy beach and accessible to the nesting turtles. Your lawyer will tell you that when you write restrictive ordinances that affect people's personal property, they have to be as least restrictive as possible. You're regulating the whole state of Florida. I don't believe you have any authority to do that, but in any event, that's under the definition section. Now, if you go to the section that talks about obstructions, that's under 32-113, beach furniture and obstructions. Man-made objects shall not obstruct sea turtle nesting habitat during nesting season during nighttime. All obstructions, including but not limited to beach furniture, cabanas, umbrellas, tents, personal watercraft, bikes, vehicles, and boats, shall be removed from sea turtle nesting habitat, which I just gave you the definition of, between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. during sea turtle season. You are effectively requiring people that have houses built on the sand to be removed. The Gulf Shore, for example, underneath the sand, it's got to be removed. So your ordinance needs to be tweaked. So I'm here to ask you to instruct staff to, because I know they're out there writing violations for this as we speak. So I'm here to ask you in the administrative portion to instruct staff to stand down on this until you can get a better definition of what can be put on people's property and what can't be put on people's property. Now, I was told that, well, this is just something the state is regulating. The state mandates this. Well, the state doesn't mandate that. This is Florida Fish and Wildlife's publication. And you see they give you specific instructions to stack chairs and what to do and what not to do. And their instructions are lounge chairs and rental boats that are portable could easily be removed from the beach areas at night. Heavily wooden lounge chairs should be removed completely during the nesting season, or at least spaced 6 feet apart from side to side. Multiple rows of lounge chairs behind hotels also result in a lack of suitable nesting area. So they give you a way out. Your ordinance just simply says everything on my beach, it's in front of my property has to be removed. And if my house happens to be built on the sand, that has to be removed too. So I would ask you to reconsider this. Could you pass that down? I would ask you to instruct staff to stand down on this until you can look at this a little closer and pass an ordinance or amend the ordinance so it's reasonable to the people on the beach and not just have somebody go out there and be given citations because they left a chair out or they got left an umbrella out. And some of these things can't be moved. Some of these things that are on the beach are permanent on the beach, or at least have a lot of weight to them and can't be moved easily. So what do you have to do? Well, you have to bring a piece of equipment out there to move them. You can't do that either under the ordinance. And state doesn't want you driving heavy equipment on the beach during turtle season. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Victor, would you be prepared to comment on those when we take this up later on?
Certain portions, sure.
Okay. Okay, next.
Jim Steele.
Good morning, Jim
Morning.
Steele, Chairman of the Audit Committee.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
The Audit Committee approved the audit unanimously and hope that you also approve it. The town is in excellent financial condition. Secondly, thank you for our new members, very qualified, great people. And then thirdly, and this is my thought, this wasn't the Audit Committee thought, just my thought. You have excess fund balances called assigned and unassigned fund balances, and they keep growing and growing and growing. I think the town should consider setting a maximum fund balance for assigned and unassigned. And once it hits that maximum, you could perhaps lower tax rates or fees. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, while you're there, would you mind repeating that first one you said firstly? What was the first thing you said?
About fund balance?
No, the first thing on your list of three. What was the first?
Oh, we approved the audit unanimously.
What was the second one then?
It was about our new members.
No, it wasn't. It was about how good financial shape the town was
Oh,
in.
yes. It's-
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Jim.
So just to point, I was saying, Jim, now you're up here in public comment, but it's okay if we ask some questions as he's.
Well, I'll allow it here this time.
So do you have, I read through this audit report and I'll tell you, it's a reason for caffeine. But there are some points in there where they mentioned some deficiencies, and I think it was accounts payable. They blamed it on turnover. Or do you concur? You have any concerns about those things they called out?
The audit committee really didn't have any great concerns. It was discussed, but we didn't think it was an issue that would prevent approval of the audit.
All right, thank you.
Next, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Jim.
Dave Vaselli.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dave Ficelli, 6400 Estero Boulevard. First of all, I'd like to thank the town council and staff for this opportunity to address you about the planned beach renourishment project. As written previously to both town council and project staff, I wish to share for the record the official position for the majority of our property owners located along the stretch of beach, which is located roughly between monuments 198 and 202, otherwise known as between the Outrigger and Wyndham Resort. Our property owners are asking the town and the project staff to direct the FDEP and its permitting agencies to remove from the project's permit application the request to have this area of beach designated as critically eroding. It is currently being stated in the project's permit application and shown on the project's portal, which is where we go to for finding updates on the project's progression. I'd like to thank the town council members who have acknowledged and responded to our previous emails, and to Councilman Veach, who is in his recent response to an email stated it is his belief that the request to be classified as critically eroded has been withdrawn. If this is indeed accurate, please have the project staff request that this action be posted on the project's information portal. Additionally, our property owners are requesting the town and project staff on our behalf help us to secure a permit to shape our beach using a box blade as was historically done in the past. We believe this request should not be an issue since what we are asking is exactly what is being asked of the FDEP by the project engineer and staff to maintain the contour and design of the beach in the project's 15-year management plan. After being granted this permit, we will, at our cost, be slowly able, over time, to eliminate the ponding that occurs occasionally during the rainy season. The result will be a properly graded beach, providing recreational enjoyment year-round to owners and visitors alike, plus provide a deeper, softer area for turtle nesting to occur. Thank you again for the opportunity to express our property owners' positions relating to the planned project renourishment project. It is our wish that working together, we can attain results for the betterment of all parties into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next, Madam Clerk.
Tim Malbo?
Good morning. I'm Tim Malbin, Best Western Plus Beach Resort. We've got ground floor units at our property. I am pretty much, I'm hesitant with this dune line created in front of our property, in front of the water sports vendors. That is gonna block views. Also with, right now, we're critically eroded. Having a dune line out there is just gonna erode up to that dune line, and there's going to be very little use for our guests and public beach use. Having a dune line out there, especially, that's something that's not going to be being able to be manageable. So that's my concerns on it.
Thank you, sir.
That is all I have signed up for.
Is there anyone here that wishes, anyone else? One at a time, one at a time. Come on up, sir. Oh, this is a duo?
This is the homeowner, and we're working on a project, and we've spent quite a bit of time.
Sir, you're gonna have to identify yourself.
Oh, Jason with Lucas Lagoons Construction for Mr. and Mrs. Schoonover. We have tried to pursue a pool project, and one that just has our pool deck lining up with the edge of the house, which is customary. I've never seen where a primary structure setback is able to go closer to the setback than the accessory structure. All we're doing is asking to keep the continuity with the rest of how pools are built and the neighborhood is, and be able to go to the edge of the house. With that being said, since the house was built, you guys have transferred from Lee County Building Department to Fort Myers Beach Building Department. Therefore, the setback guidelines have increased. So we've got a house that's 12 feet off the street, but a pool that you're saying has to be 25 feet off the street. All we're requesting is that the pool cage and deck line up with the side of the house, and we can move forward and build them a beautiful project. So
Sir, have you applied for a variance?
they told us that, and I've spent almost a year in dialogue with the building department here trying to get an answer and of how to pursue this. They told us they would not accept a variance because there's too many things going on in the department at this point. They're not going to approve it. So why go through the expense? Why would I advise my client to go through the expense at that point? So we're pleading with you to, just if you can call it time served for the year that we've spent trying to pursue this, and forego, what is to be a pretty basic zoning requirement that we are fulfilling and would have otherwise been allowed had you guys not just clerically changed building departments.
All right, I'll tell you what, this is the first all of us are hearing about any of this. So if you can submit something to the manager, and maybe we can take a look at it later on and come to some sort of determination. But right now, I mean, we're just getting hit with this. We have no idea what's going on.
We understand, we just wanted to introduce it to the council.
Right.
Okay,
Due to the nature of, it's been over a year dealing
Okay.
with the building department, so we figured it was time to maybe take it to a different level.
very good. Okay. All right, we'll look into it. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Sharon? Right there, yeah, that's good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sharon Faircloth. I'm the owner of Holiday Water Sports, Fort Myers Beach. We've been in the water sports business for 30 years. I think you all know that. You've heard me say it enough times lately. Today, I'm here in support of the efforts of properties like Diamond Head Beach Resort, who wish to construct a dune on their property, and I'm asking you to allow them to accomplish their goal. Diamond Head has a very large beach, and you'll hear about this later, and the dune will help create an excellent storage for beach equipment. I'm also here this morning specifically to request Town Council review the language in the Sea Turtle Conservation Ordinance, specifically Section 32-113, beach furniture and obstructions. I don't want to interfere with the tenting ordinance that I know you're discussing today. I'm requesting a separate review of that section of the ordinance. I became very concerned about the potential impact on beach vendors and property owners when I first heard of this new language back in 2021. I emailed each of you to express my concerns and asked that the language be revised at that time. I then met with each of you either in person or via phone to express my concerns about the new strict language. Because the new language, which states in part no man-made objects can be left on the beach at night, it is such an extreme change to the previous law, I could not understand how it was passed without any discussion among the council members during the meeting, nor was it mentioned by the staff, nor was it mentioned by the town attorney, the potential impacts that the new strict language could have. There was also no public comment on the new language by the affected property owners or the affected business owners. Because I felt something was wrong and how this was passed, we did hire an attorney to help us find out. So he will hear and speak here today. As you know, from the past 20 years, the way the ordinance was written, vendors and property owners worked with the town to create approved site plans for beach equipment storage on the beach. Every property on Fort Myers Beach is very different. It's hard to write an ordinance that just covers them all in this situation. Some property owners will choose to create a dune on their property, but others don't want a dune for a variety of different reasons. The new language offers no option for each individual property owner to decide what to do on their property. I'm asking the town to review the language in section 32-113 to come up with a reasonable solution, such as a town-approved storage site as an alternative to a dune system. As mentioned earlier, there are provisions within the FWC that allow for some storage on the beach. The negative impacts the new language has had on the ability of vendors to conduct their business has been significant and has created situations where it takes so long to open and close every day, it's unsustainable. Do I have any more time? I have one more.
We could wrap it up, Sharon.
Okay. We do not ever want to harm any sea turtles. In the past, we've always worked very closely and in cooperation, specifically with Eve Haverfield and Turtle Time, to minimize any impacts on the beach environment. Our island has always been, since I've been here for 30 years, a mix of environmental, recreational, and business uses. And I hope the town will revise this language to help continue to allow successful mixed use of the beachfront. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on. We'll close the public comment. The next item on the agenda is local achievements and recognitions, and we have a very special recognition this morning. Is Pat McCone here? Pat, stand up here. Come on up here for a minute. For those of you who may not know, Pat wrote the history of the Mound House. Wrote a book about the Mound House, and I'm going to read just a little bit of the information here, Pat, to familiarize everybody with it. Upon learning of Mound House director Allison Geeson's interest in having a book about the Mound House, Pat volunteered to take on the project. Pat's academic background and experience authoring college textbooks provided the skill match needed to create a caliber of Mound House history volume to match the jewel of the island that the property has become. The book, submitted with this nomination, speaks of the professionalism, commitment, and skill Pat brought to the project. The book is for sale. Here's the here's the kicker right here. The book is for sale at the museum store and select retail establishments on the island. The book is the product of a long labor and labor of love and demonstrates commitment that will serve the Mound House and the town in good stead for years to come. And this was submitted by the Friends of the Mound House. And Pat was nominated for this by the Friends of the Mound House, in particular, I believe Ellen Vaughn. And so what we have today is we're going to recognize Pat as the 2022 Citizen of Distinction. So I'll read it here. It's the 2022 Citizen of Distinction presented to Pat McKeown for your professionalism, commitment, devotion, and countless hours of research that went into authoring the book, Crown Jewel of Fort Myers Beach, The Mound House. Signed, the mayor and the town manager. Pat, congratulations, and thank you so much for your. We'll take a picture with everybody if you don't. Come on up, ladies. You want to come up? And you got a leaf on the tree, Pat.
How you gotta find it?
They usually put an arrow on it.
Any of you cell cab folks, and Allison, if you want to come up, if you're here, aren't you, Alice? Did I see Allison here? Come on up here. We'll all get in the picture here. All this. Jim, come on up. Yeah, all you guys.
You might have to hold on. We'll hire now.
Get a wide,
Yeah.
get a wide angle. There you go. There's the book.
You're good.
Come on in,
You're good.
Allison.
I'll get
Okay.
between you.
Ready? Yes. We got Pat in the background. Okay. And Councilman Adderholt just happened to bring the book in here in case anybody's not familiar with it. That's what it looks like. And you might want to pick one up, and it's a great read. And I'm sure Pat would be happy to sign them for you as well. But anyhow, congratulations.
Thank
Pat.
you.
Thanks
Thank
so
you
much.
very much.
Thanks for your work for the town.
Pat?
There you go.
Thanks a lot for the work.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Pat. I know it took hours and hours of work.
Thank you, everybody.
And Mr. McKean also gets to be the grand marshal in the parade this year,
Yay.
4th of July parade.
All right. Good man. All right. Okay, back to the other stuff now. Here we go. I'll start. Does anybody else have any local achievements or recognitions here that they want to speak of? No?
I would, I would just come in after this big rain event that, congratulations to the design of the Estero Boulevard that seemed to handle all that rain pretty well. We got 9.7 inches in my house, so that's quite an accomplishment to get rid of all that water.
Yeah, you're right. I made mention of that this weekend myself, that how well that drainage system works on the boulevard. Hopefully we can get it working on the side streets. But depending on who you spoke with, I think Wink News said unofficially, they said 10 inches of rain on the beach. But anecdotally, I heard from a lot of people that had their rain gauges, 12-inch rain gauges, where they were over the top with the rain. So it was, no matter how you look at it, it was a big rain event. And we needed the water. We got it. And hopefully that's it for a while. So anything else? Any other recognitions? Okay, we'll move on. Our next item is the advisory committee's items and reports. And we have Bay Oaks Rec and Cell Cab here. And we'll start off with Board Cab first with Betty Simpson. Give us a report.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Betty.
I'm here to brief you on the BORCAB meeting that we had on May 3rd. However, quite a bit has gone on since that time, and we have some other information. Anyway, on May 3rd, our meeting was spent in lengthy discussions regarding the BORCAB, CellCab, CRAB possible merger. Each of us had an opportunity to say how we felt. Now, my personal concerns were because of the vast amount of time and effort that we had already spent. I questioned the timing, the benefit in the immediate merger. We have a well-established plan, and I didn't want us to lose our focus, our passion. Mentioning how we'd have felt when we were working on the Mound House to have another group join us without their knowledge of the work that we had already done. We are well into the development of Bay Oaks, as you well know, 90%. Is the merger premature, or should we wait until Bay Oaks is complete to do this? In other words, the benefits, the challenges, and the timing. I felt we could benefit once Bay Oaks was finished, if the combined committees would come together with their mutual goals. Each of us expressed our concerns, and as we often do, we reached a consensus when a motion was made to combine CellCab, BorCab, and CRAB to merge into one. The advisory committee would have no name as yet and no designated number of members until the next meeting with CellCab. This was seconded and passed unanimously by our committee. We then discussed the redevelopment plan update, where our director, Allison, reported that an additional archaeological investigation required by the State Historic Preservation Office would delay the project by approximately 1 month. Director O'Reilly described the permitting process and stated that 2 artifacts were found where the new ball field would be located, but that would not stop anything and everything was still on track moving forward. Also, our town manager, Roger, came in and discussed the funding of our Bay Oaks building and projected a completion goal of 2023. We discussed the strategic plan update, where Allison stated that all Bay Oaks activities were on the town's website and the social media. It was a busy, rather exciting meeting, and we look forward to our combined meeting with CellCab and BorCab on May 26th. We had that meeting, and I believe at this time, we also have somebody from CellCab that is going to tell you about what happened at that meeting. Did you have any questions on the May 3rd meeting? If not, I'll turn it over.
That was a nice segue, Betty.
Ellen Vaughn, the newest member of CellCab, reporting on behalf of CellCab, and I'll limit my comments to the motion that we came to after having a joint, well, so I should back it up and say, CellCab met on May 26th, and we had a meeting of just the CellCab members for a period of time. Then we were joined by our colleagues from BorCab. And of course, there is a little bit of overlap between those 2 committees in that there are members of both committees that serve, well, you understand my meaning. I haven't gotten the grammatical construct straight there. But in any event, so during, since CellCab was the group having the formal meeting at that point, the motion comes from CellCab. And what CellCab is asking the council to do is to consider tabling the merger of CellCab, BorCab, and CRAB until June of 2023 to allow the progress to continue with what's going on with Bay Oaks. And also, we would like to recommend that a charrette be held. A charrette, for those that are not familiar, is a construct where people, interested parties, come together and have a discussion about the best way to form things. This came out of the realization that there are a lot of unanswered questions, as, I mean, the name of the group is probably the least of the issues. The makeup of the group, the charge of the group, and all those kinds of things need to be determined. So by having a charrette, some kind of input from interested parties, that would be achieved. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, before you take off, I just want to say, because I know I kind of instigated this, and I appreciate the input you're putting into this, and whatever the committees want to do, I'm certainly in favor of. I do think that, having a joint meeting, having a charrette, those are all really great ideas. I think we want to get want to do this right. And if you want another year to really, boil it down to what we're going to do, and if it's a good idea, I'm certainly supportive of wherever the committee wants.
Right. And I can only speak on my own behalf at this point. When I was initially approached, well, I initially heard about this idea. My first answer to everything is always yes. So I do think that the concept is sound, but there's just so many moving parts right now. I think a lot of it just felt that it was premature.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to the next item, which is the approval of the minutes of the May 16th, 2022 Town Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is the consent agenda. And there are 3 items on there. 290 Carolina Avenue Utility Easement Agreement, surplus, the next item is surplus items, and the next item is the emergency point of distribution locations. Unless anybody wants to further discuss these, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Been moved, is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Those items are spelled out in the agenda if anybody wants to take a further look at those. Okay, we'll move on to the public hearings. And the first one is what we just spoke of, the advisory committees. This is ordinance 22-10 advisory committees. This is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 22-10 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Section 2-94, qualifications and appointments of members of Article 4, boards, commissions, and committees and other agencies, Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances, Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, dissolving the Bay Oaks Recreational Campus Advisory Board, BORCAB, Community Resource Advisory Board, CRAB, and Cultural and Environmental Learning Center Advisory Board, CELCAB, establishing a new advisory board to take over the functions of BORCAB, CRAB, and CELCAB, renaming the Marine Resource Task Force, MRF, and providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. The public hearing is open. We'll discuss this. Is there anyone on council that wishes to table this or
Well, with
move this on?
This is a multi-part. So what I would recommend is we take out the part about dissolving the committees, but keep the renaming of the Marine Resources Task Force.
How about CRAB? I don't think there's any reason to keep CRAB in there anymore, do you think?
The only reason I could think of is if the new committees decide that's what they want a combination name to be.
But you can always add that
I could always add that later.
when you redo the committees. I guess the thing I'd like to chime in is that I was contacted by one of the members of the committees who seems to have pulled back on her vote to hold things open for a year and said, you know, the longer she thought about it, she wasn't sure that was necessarily appropriate. So evidently some people are having second thoughts. A year seems like an awful long time to me to hold things open. And it would seem appropriate to me that we say like 6 months or something so that we don't necessarily take action in 6 months, but that we look at it in 6 months to keep this moving along. Sometimes when you just table something for a whole year, then nothing happens in that whole year and you're just back where you started from. So
And probably some of the most important mile markers on this is when we do our reappointments in October. But I get the impression from the people who've talked today that, trying to get this all going by October is a little bit optimistic.
and I guess another thing I would add, there seemed to be a lot of fear when I watched the committee meetings from folks. There was a lot of fear about various aspects, and I just want to reassure you that the council has no intent of depriving anyone of their ability to serve. The idea behind this was not to kick anybody off the committees or to keep anybody from serving in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry that there was that feeling of distrust of our council, but of the council members here, I can't imagine that any one of the people that are sitting up here wanted to accomplish any nefarious things by combining the committees. So I'd like to reassure you all that that's not our intent. I'm hoping that some other committee members agree with what I'm saying, that that's not our intent.
Yeah, I can tell you that, I was at the meeting and that was very poignant that they felt that we were trying to rush things along hopefully I was able to express to them that that wasn't the case, that it was an idea to join these just for, just to make things streamlined. But as anybody that watched that meeting or has listened to these two talk, it was very clear that none of the members were really in favor of combining them at this time. They all enjoyed the idea of it and thought that it is a good idea. But as they said, it's maybe just a little premature. They'd like to, they've spent, especially a lot of the people on board cab have spent a lot of time and years volunteering their time into getting Bay Oaks to where it's at. And they'd just like to see a little bit through. And the Mound House people don't really know much about it. So they want a little bit of time to get caught up. And there was some concern about having, 11 or 14 people. Everybody wants to serve, but that's an awful big committee. So their time for a year doesn't seem it sounds like a long time, but it'll come up pretty quick. I think they need to meet. I think that's a good idea. I think that the two committees or the three committees can work it out between them, since they do have people that serve on both sides, to get it to where it'll work for everyone. It'll help Allison's time, so she's not having to go to several meetings every month. I don't see an issue with following their wishes about waiting for a year to revisit it next June.
I would just say, having watched both of the meetings as well, we've got some serious thought leaders and key volunteers on both of these committees. And if their advice is to wait a year, I'm very comfortable waiting a year and respecting their concerns.
And I would just say, my suggestion in this was really to empower the committee to come up with, a single point where we could plan events, cultural activities that utilize any property in the town, not be limited to one property. So there's no competing camps when things happen. That's the intent. And also give us a place where we could put a budget, we could put an amount that would really allow events to happen that right now we don't do, and utilize all the resource we're putting in to Bay Oaks. But I think that I agree with the vice mayor that, coming up with some kind of timeline, where we say we're going to do a charrette, we're going to say some joint meetings between the committees, coming up with a timeline where we do those in a set fashion now, instead of wait 12 months, then go, oh, we haven't done it yet, to come up with a real plan. I'm okay with that. I think, though, that moving forward to this, I just want to make sure that we don't drop the renaming of the Marine Resources Task Force, and have it go into this delay, because they're waiting for that to create some things for their pop-up.
Victor, can you opine in on that? Is there a way to move that out of this, to be able to move that along, but table the other part of it?
We could make adjustments and you could vote on it, certainly.
Yes, you could bifurcate the items, so you could have basically two votes. One vote would be not to move forward with the consolidation, and then you could have a vote to move forward with the MRF.
All using the same ordinance number?
Using the same ordinance and everything, and then as the attorney will then put it in final form as a result of those two votes.
Then I'll make a motion to table ordinance 22-10 in regards to the combining of the three committees, and approve the MRF renaming.
I'll second.
Attorney, is that adequate?
Yes.
Moved and seconded.
Public comment.
Yeah, we'll have to have some public comment first. Public comment. Does anybody wish to speak about this? Seeing none, we'll.
Oh, Ellen was moving. I can see that.
So I will make my public comment as a citizen, not as a representative either, but I will say that the notion of having planning kinds of activities over the course of a year and be ready to act at the end of the year, saying that June 2023 is the date to act, seems like a very reasonable thing from a citizen's point of view. Thank you.
Okay, discussion.
So currently, we're just tabling it indefinitely. That's the way it was presented, right?
Well, until June of 2023. I can amend my motion I'll amend my motion, ordinance 22-10, to table until June of 2023, the combination of the three committees, but a motion to approve the renaming of the MRF committee today.
I'll second as amended.
Okay, it's been moved and second discussion. I have just a couple of comments and questions. I agree with the Vice Mayor that there was nothing nefarious going on when the topic of combining the committees was made, and it was brought to me quite innocently. And whenever I hear the term nefarious, I cringe. So, but anyhow, that being said, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever, and I appreciate the work that the committees have done thus far and will continue to do, I'm assured. And I also understand that you have a product in the works and you'd like to see it through, and I can appreciate that. My other question is to you, Councilman Veach. Remind me as to why the Marine Resources Task Force wants to change their name.
The committee, it was initiated by the committee themselves, and the reason was that they felt that the Marine Resources Task Force name itself was more restrictive than their mission. And with the pop-up, one thing that's really happened is a lot of dialogue with the public. And one of the big questions I always got is, why is it called the Marine Resources Task Force? Now, the mandate for the committee is broader than just water. And one of the reasons of that is, well, it's written, but also that everything that happens on land on a small island like this gets into the water. But they felt they were constantly explaining how the marine resources, what it had to do with plants and things that happen on the land.
Okay. Good enough.
I just have a suggested amendment for the motion. Tabling something with a definite date of a year mandates that we wait a year then before it can be brought back to the agenda. I guess my suggestion would be that it could be a year or less if the committees agree to bring it back earlier.
I'm comfortable with that.
I don't have an issue with that either.
I don't foresee that happening, but I don't have an issue with it either. But, okay, that's fine. So the motion is amended. Discussion on the amended motion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously.
Roll call.
Oh, roll call, excuse me. Councilman Allers?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Mayor, aye. Councilman Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilman Veach?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Did that cover both of the issues, that motion, or we?
Yeah, he combined them into both.
We did combine them, okay. All right, well, that settles that for today. We'll move on. Next public hearing is Ordinance 22-1, 22-11, Sea Turtle Conservation. This is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 22-11 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 5 of Chapter 32 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Fort Myers Beach entitled Sea Turtle Conservation to specify a 15% opacity of tinted glass for all new construction to reduce the inside to outside light transmittance value, to specify a 45% opacity of tinted glass for any renovations, retrofitting, or window replacements to existing buildings to reduce the inside to outside light transmittance value, providing for severability, codification, Scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. The public hearing is open. Council? Any comments? Is there anything, anybody from the council want to start off with anything? No?
Yeah, I had a question on packet page 56.
Okay.
Section 32-105. It seems very vague with the description. It says exterior and interior lighting affixed to new structures, new construction, and improvements to existing structures. Improvements is very broad, in my opinion. Is that replacing a front door? Is that considered an improvement?
I think the interpretation would be any improvement that affects retrofitting of windows, or if you're doing any kind of improvements that affect the windows in any way.
Is there something that we can add to this to make it a little more clear? Is it for, improvements is a very broad word.
Sure, we can we can change the language to include improvements affecting existing windows,
Okay.
if that satisfies your concerns.
Yeah, well, it definitely helps. Yeah.
Anything else?
Just a couple clarifications, Mr. Mayor. A couple key compromises were made throughout this discussions of this ordinance that I think are important. I just want to confirm with the town attorney, one of the compromises is that new construction would still be at the 15% level. Has that been reflected in the ordinance before us this morning?
Yes.
And the other compromise is to increase enforcement. It's been an excellent education campaign by the town for the last 2 or 3 years. And we're going to ratchet that up now that the education process it's always ongoing because we have a lot of new people coming to our island. But Roger, do you want to comment briefly on what's happened thus far with respect to the increased enforcement and how that's reflected in the numbers?
Well, so what's happening right now is we used to do 2 nightly inspections. Well, first of all, we still do the pre-season inspection and share that information with all the property owners. We also, during the pre-season, invite the property owners to set an appointment with our staff to inspect their property so that they can get the benefit of our technical expertise. Then once we cross into season, then we're into the what was a once a week inspection in the evenings. We're now going to do it twice a week, as the environmental specialist told you at your last meeting. Those results in notices of violation, which if they're timely cured, they're timely cured and there's no further action. If they're contested or a subsequent violation happens, then you're well into the code enforcement process.
Could you comment briefly on sort of I'm hearing that there's been quite a few increase in warnings, which could result in penalties as a result of the stepped up enforcement. Do you have any numbers that you could share?
I do not. While we're on the beach, of course, there are other ancillary activities associated with the beach that are also inspected. And, you've heard from public comment about some of those today. But in terms of specifically window tinting, no, we have pretty much the same case that we've had for years, Counselor, and that is that the property owners do pretty well once they receive a warning notice or notice of violation from us with regard to their outdoor lighting that they themselves control. The continuing challenge for them and for us is the individual units, and particularly in cases where they're have significant turnover because they're some type of rental program where they basically get a new individual or family in that room weekly or less. And then in some cases you have with those folks, you have 2 potential issues. One is they just simply forgot, they were running out to meet a friend or something and they ran out and forgot to close the blinds. And then you have the ones, unfortunately, who say I'm on vacation and, it's a party. So, I'm going to have a good time. So, all that being said, the property owners, as we do, continue to have a challenge of dealing with these individual units that turn over. And one of the reasons, not the reason, but one of the reasons for your consideration is moving towards higher rated tinting is that when you get to that lower percentage, you basically eliminate that concern. And I know it's a transitional thing over time, but basically over time, then you get away from the issue of worrying about individual unit owners, how they acclimate to the situation.
But I guess my question is, with respect to enforcement, the warnings, is it fair to say that the number of warnings since the discussion of this ordinance has begun has gone up dramatically?
Well, I think the attention to the issue has gone up dramatically, and we're getting a lot of people who are reaching out to us to be sure they're in compliance. We're reaching out to a lot of people to be sure they're in compliance. And we are issuing more warnings when people are not in compliance. And warning, I want to be careful about the word warning. It's a notice of a violation. Our person saw a violation on that particular night. Those notices typically will allow for a period to cure. And in the case of turtle lighting, it's usually a very short window, but it's an opportunity to cure. And then it goes into code enforcement if they don't cure. So there's a follow-up inspection done to see if they've cured it, and if it has been cured, then an actual citation is issued.
Okay, I understand. So if I could ask the town attorney, then there's nothing in this ordinance that would prevent a unit or a property that has a high turnover and has a difficulty in complying with this ordinance. There's nothing in this ordinance that would prevent them from going to 15%. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no
Okay.
restriction on that.
Right. That's why I think the enhanced enforcement is so important. Is that it's an opportunity to address a real problem out there with the turtles. Again, as somebody who lives on the beach, I've said this a number of times. I think we have an obligation and a responsibility to live in concert with the marine life. There is a way to address the lighting issue, and that is to properly close your blinds and shades every night during turtle season, 6 months out of the year. And I think that's why the enforcement is so important, is that if we have enhanced enforcement, if there's areas that have a difficulty or refuse to comply, I think oftentimes it's innocent, but because they have high turnover, there is a remedy. You could either create a dynamic where you could have automatic blinds, have alarms, call the rental unit tenants. There's a wide variety of things you could do, or you could get the 15% glass if you want to avoid enforcement. For those people who I think are the majority in the community who are on the beach, they have the ability and I think the desire to comply and will close their shades and blinds properly. So I think this is a fair compromise, and I think we've drawn a lot of attention to the issue, and I think hopefully we'll have a lot better compliance because the problem is real. And I support the ordinance as drafted before us, and I think it's a positive step forward, not only to draw attention to this issue, but to have a common sense remedy.
Okay. Anyone else?
Just if I can get a couple of clarifications. On packet page 58, letter K, it says prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy or certificate of completion, all glass windows, walls, railings, and doors on the seaward and shore perpendicular side of structures located seaward of the coastal construction line is defined in. Anyway, my point is, when we say railings, are we referring to glass railings or the actual handles? It doesn't make sense to me when we say railings. I don't know that I've ever seen a glass railing, but whatever the partition would be between the railing and the bottom, is that what we're referring to there?
My understanding, my interpretation of the ordinance is that any improvement, if it's an improvement to the railing and it requires improvement to an adjacent door or an adjacent window or anything that affects light transmission to the exterior of the property, that would trigger an obligation under this ordinance to then put in the 45% window tent.
So Counselor, if your concern is if it's a patio railing to prevent someone from falling off the patio,
Mhm.
we can clarify that.
And then the other thing that I have, when the condo associations do their windows, do they usually do one permit for the entire building, or is it each unit has a permit? And the reason I'm asking is because the other part of this talks about leaving the stickers on until the town inspects.
So a couple of things. One is that the way it's approached is different by buildings. Larger buildings will typically do it in phases. They'll do, because just from a standpoint, it's a transitional thing for them. So they'll do, a third of them 1 year, a third the next year, and a third the next year. They don't do all of them at once. Some of them do it all at once, depending on the size of the building. Obviously, if the resources are there from a cost standpoint, they might do the entire building all at once, even if it's a larger building, because they're getting a better price point from the condominium unit. So all that is dictated by them, and they apply for their permit accordingly. So if they're doing their whole building, or if they're doing unit by unit, however they apply for it. The window stickers stay on till the finalization inspection, once that happens for that unit slash permit. So once that happens, they can remove those stickers.
Well, I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is if the condo association does the entire building at once, they start at the top floor and they work their way down. The people on the top floor have to keep those window stickers on until.
No,
entire
because
building is done.
they typically will have interim inspections. In that case, they won't wait for the whole building to be done.
Okay.
And that, that relates to the.
But I mean, they could. I mean, it's up to them. They don't have to.
Well, and maybe I'm sure that we'll hear from the window people in a little bit. Do the stickers, I'm assuming the stickers are normally on the inside, not the outside?
It's a product control issue, just to make sure that the product control number that they submit is just the product control on the windows and all that. So it's just it's just closing the loop.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if they're on the outside, it's going to be kind of a pain after
We'll have to
windows are
start paying
installed.
those inspectors a little more money to sign from the outside.
You need
huh?
quite
Well,
the ladder or the boom truck to
the
get up.
10th
there.
Yeah,
floor.
they'll just have to, clearly, most of them, what they will do is as they complete a group of those, they'll call for an interim inspection. They don't usually wait for all of them to be done.
And I just
They
make,
could. It's up to them.
just make a comment, Dan, on your thing about being more specific on that, the header for section 32105. I think that really that's intentionally vague because all the other sections below that specify when it comes into play, including the distinction that was wanted between new construction and renovations.
And if you want further clarification on improvements, section 32105F essentially covers that. We could, where it starts, all renovations, retrofitting and replacement of glass windows, walls, et cetera. If you want clarification on improvements, we could amend it to say all improvements, including renovations, retrofitting, et cetera, which would tie into the header. But as Councilmember Beach said, the improvements are listed below.
Yeah, I see that. It's just, I can just see potential problems with just the word improvement. It doesn't cover everything, but I know you can't cover everything with any possible scenario. I just, doorbell, is that an improvement? Where does the improvement end? Is it, I put up a new light fixture on my lanai, is that considered a new improvement?
Well, let's be clear. So from what I've taken away, and I said this at the end of the first hearing on this ordinance, and I'll say it again, at least while I'm here, my understanding is a new window is a new window is a new window versus an old window. So if it's an old window, you don't have to change the tinting. If it's a new window, you potentially would have to change the tinting. If you're changing your doorbell, your mailbox, your doorknob, or anything else, that's not the window.
And I would,
That would fall under the condo rules, their rules.
but my understanding too, Roger, is there has been a significant number of notice of violations issued since we talked about more enforcement. And this, I understand this is kind of direction, but to me, it points out one of the problems of this, and that is that by allowing 45% windows to be put in and renovations on these condos that are currently getting violations, and these windows are going to last for decades, that we are creating decades of adversarial relationship between the condo owners and the town, and between the renters and the condo owners, that we know from some experience that when people go on vacation, a lot of times they're not thinking about these things. And there are some, condo owners who are putting lights right next to the windows. So right now we're getting 10% of our nests are being disoriented, as we are now. And to say we're going to cement something in with these windows is going to allow that adversarial relationship to continue for decades on, I think is just creating a problem that is not going to be solved by our current transitory wish to have more enforcement.
And I would just state that without restating it all, I agree with Mr. Veach. If there was any time that people were paying attention to violations, it would be now because there's been a lot of publicity. I've been going out regularly in the evening and walking along the beach, and I continue to see multiple violations. And I'm not talking about stuff that's just a little bit of light. Very bright lights, multiple units in each building. So people aren't paying attention yet. So I think it may have been a nice idea to try and go this direction, but I personally don't think it's going to work.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll open it up to the public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have a list there?
William Altoff, and following Mr. Altoff will be Adrian Drymarch.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here today to talk and encourage the council to continue on its path to adopt the state guidelines of the .45 glass tint for the beach-facing properties. The existing ordinance of .15 tint is expensive, incurs long lead times, and is not in alignment with any coastal county. Brevard and Palm Beach on the East Coast and Sarasota and Lee on the West Coast account for the largest numbers of nests on their respective coast, and all four counties follow the state guidelines of .45. Again, these four counties have the largest number of nests, and they're living with .45 glass requirement. Closer to home, Lee County accounts for less than 2% of all nestings in the state. Excuse me. Turtle disorientations are on a declining trend over the last 3 years in Lee County and on Fort Myers Beach. So it's parallel trends, one area with .45 glass, the other with .15 glass. In addition to providing the glass samples of the different tinting, representatives from PGT at the last meeting informed everyone the glass industry was collaborating with the FWC to further research the effects of the various window tints. In other words, there is no concrete evidence at this point that the .15 glass is far superior in preventing disorientations. We at Shamron, the condo that I represent, we're currently bidding window replacements with some other work with multiple companies, and we've priced the windows with both .15 and the .45. The .15 glass will cost the owners between $8,000 and $17,000 more than the .45 glass. Data from the FWC website indicates a declining trend in disorientations over the last 3 years, regardless of the window tint requirements. The expense for the .15 glass has no merit at this time based on the declining trends. And very importantly, the industry is still working, researching with the FWC. With declining disorientations over the last 3 years, let's continue what's working. That's education, cooperation, and enforcement, and with all the property owners. With these actual results, there is no reason to keep the current requirement. We all want to protect the turtles. Let's do this cooperatively and cost effectively. The .15 requirement currently on the books may have been seen as aspirational, but the facts do not bear out keeping this stringent and costly requirement. Total nestings in Lee County of less than 2% of the state totals does not warrant the toughest glass requirements in the state. Please vote to bring our town into alignment with every other coastal county, including Lee County. I encourage your adoption of the state guidelines of .45. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Adrian Trimarsh. Following Adrian will be Carolyn Kane.
Good morning, Mayor Murphy and councilors. My name is Adrian Tremarchi. Good job, Adrian Tremarchi. And I'm actually a regional director for VRI Americas. We are a management company, and I have 7 resorts in South Florida that are under my control. 3 of those resorts are here on Fort Myers Beach, all located on the Gulf. This morning, I'm here to represent our homeowners association and the board of directors at Mariners Boathouse and Beach Resort. This resort is a timeshare resort located near the south end of the island. Our building is 38 years old and is needing sliding doors and replacements, and it's been this way for several years. They've never been replaced to this point. We are not alone in this necessary project, and there are several other condos with plans for replacing doors and windows. We have not, in the past, been financially prepared for this $500,000 project. However, through planning, we are now able to proceed. Most of our owners are in-house for multiple weeks and treat the resort as their second home. Again, as I said, this is a timeshare property. Many of these people have owned at the property for 30 plus years. They continue to come every year, and as I said, multiple weeks. So we're not looking at a rental situation. We believe we make our owners and guests constantly aware of the necessary actions to be compliant during turtle nesting season, using printed media, verbal discussions, and even large refrigerator magnets. We post it all over. Like all or most of the Gulf front buildings and homes, we are compliant with exterior lighting as well. Mariners Boathouse truly respects and acknowledges the importance of turtle preservation and will always remain vigilant to stay compliant for their benefit. We are part of the consortium of residential and timeshare condos along the Gulf, asking you to follow the state code requiring 45% glass tint for all renovations to existing buildings and houses. While we have not seen the data on how the state determined the 45% tinting, and that would be the appropriate level, at no time did the task force or our Turtle Time team present any data to refute the state's decision. The state requirement for 45% tint is also the perfect balance between existing transparent glass and the undesirable darkness that the 15% would create. While units at the Pink Shell, which I know you explored, have multiple windows and doors facing the Gulf, thereby allowing an abundance of light to flood their units, please consider that every building is unique. The Boathouse sliders span the width of our units and are set back 7 feet from our facade of the building, and then are shaded even more by black screening from the exterior frames on our lanais. Using the Pink Shell as your only reference on how tinting, which permits only 15% light transmittance, and stating it's not that bad, is using minimal research to make a profound conclusion. It should be obvious that any resort with a transient tourist population would never notice a difference, whether they're looking through 45% or 15% glass. However, full-time and annual residents would permanently be subjected to the darkening and view-inhibiting condition. The representative from the glass industry at your last meeting stated on May 16th that 45% tinting in manufactured glass by their testing equates closer to 33% light transmission. And they really do not manufacture at this time a glass which is accurately 15% transmittance. So 45% glass should be the correct decision. This is unlike using a tinting film. This is actually the tinted glass. During the May meeting, one counselor claimed that if 45% glass is used, increased enforcement will be required, and the cost of this enforcement would be a financial burden on the town.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up here.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I wasn't watching the lights. If the 45% glass had been researched and approved by the state, why would there need to be an increase in enforcement other than possibly purchasing equipment that actually measures the light coming in? And I'll summarize that. I had a little bit more, but I'd like to ask that in conclusion, what we're asking the council is to consider the uniqueness of the various buildings that have been here for such a long time on the beach and not impact the owners and their property values by turning this into a 15% tinted glass requirement. Thank you so much.
Carolyn Kane, and following Ms. Kane is John R. King.
Good morning, Carolyn Caney, Woodland Custom Homes. I'm here representing new construction. About a year ago, this issue became apparent to me when we were permitting a house on Estero Boulevard, just across from the library on the Gulf, which is now constructed and does have the 15% window tint in it. The windows were about 30% more costly than the regular windows. And at that time, fortunately, window availability was still pretty good, which it is not now. And since then, windows have increased probably about another 25% in cost. I've been in the house with the 15% tint, and I welcome any of the council members to visit and have a look for themselves. The windows are very dark. The homeowner had no choice but to comply with this, or they would not have received a building permit. Now, these people that are purchasing these properties on the Gulf of Mexico are spending a lot of money for them. And they've worked hard all their life, and they're buying these properties and building these homes to realize their long life dreams of having a beautiful home on the white sandy beach of the Gulf of Mexico and being able to enjoy the view. The difference between the 15% and the 45% is quite significant. Not only that, many of the window orders that are now being placed for not only my company, but other companies are in excess of $100,000. At a 30% more cost increase, that relates to anywhere between $25,000 to $40,000 per property, which is a big impact. Now, the next question is, how much more effective is the 15% window tint? Is there any scientific data to prove this? I mean, if in fact, and I have worked very closely with my PGT representative, if in fact the 45% tint actually relates to 33% tint, is there really going to be that much difference in enforcement? I don't think anyone has really had the opportunity to gauge the effectiveness of it by being there at night to look at the light transmittance. But even so, whether you have 15%, 45%, or whatever, enforcement is the key. I can't agree with that more than enforcement. These people have to keep their blinds down at night. They have to keep their windows or their windows closed. People open their door at night. If somebody decides they're going to open the door at night, then obviously there's going to be light transmittance. Most property owners are very respectful and responsible. Okay, one other I do have a vacation rental company, and my guests know that if there is a citation or a fine, they pay for it. So that is really an incentive for them to comply with the rules.
Very good. Thank you. Next.
John R. King. Following Mr. King is Jennifer Brown.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm John R. King, Islands End, 8400, 8402, and 8403 Estero Boulevard. Thank you, Councilman Allers. Thank you, Councilman Outerholt. Thank you, Mayor Murphy, for your yes votes at the first reading of the Sea Turtle Conservation Ordinance. I wasn't able to be here last time on May 16th. I was at the Lee County Elections Office filing town council petitions. However, I did watch the video and would also offer kudos to the Pink Shell for the window tint solution that will work for them. I'm concerned it may not be the answer for residential owners. Let me reiterate what you heard from the PGT Industries representative. Work is underway in conjunction with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission to test 45% and 15% tinting. The PGT rep stated 15% wasn't tested thoroughly and that 15% is quite conservative, aggressive, and a significant change with no real proven studies. She also stated that after the fact window tinting, such as the 3M window film, may void manufacturer's warranties and create heat stress cracks in the glass. There were those who tried to counter that argument about the voided warranty by stating the 3M product carries warranty. I checked the 3M website. Their warranty for thermal glass failure is 5 years and 3 years for seal failure. PGT warranties their insulated glass for a minimum of 10 years, up to 25 years at 100%. From year 26 forward, it becomes 50% for glass. The 3M warranty maximum payout per window is $500. I received a quote for new 45% tint windows that was $1,200. For my sliding glass doors, the cost would be $3,500 for one set $7,400 for the other. So $500 is just a drop in the bucket. The 3M warranty is provided to the original purchaser only, and that is not transferable. PGT allows for warranty transfer. Having shared that, I would urge passage for the second reading, and thank you very much.
Jennifer Brown, followed by Jennifer Brown is Neil Hopgood.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I am Jennifer Brown. I'm the general manager of Mariners Boathouse. And we have made so many changes and spent thousands to become turtle compliant and friendly. And we continue to take numerous measures to ensure we remain this way. We've changed all of our exterior lighting to the amber FWC approved lighting, including our pool and our spa lights. We've removed all the stationary cabanas, which were separated from the beach by a lagoon, and our swing set that had been out there for many, many years and enjoyed by all of the owners and guests. But just to reiterate, we wanted to remain turtle friendly, so we removed all of those. We populate every room with all the sea turtle nesting information. We place notices in all the common areas, and we have all of our guests and owners that check in sign a turtle release, basically saying that if we receive a fine or a citation, that yes, they will pay for that. So again, as mentioned before, another incentive. I have had volunteers photograph units from the beach at night and text me so that I can make sure that that there's no occupants with their drapes open. And what I do next is I'll call the occupant if they forgot to close their drapes and remind them. We verbally explained to every guest the importance of closing their drapes and preventing light from transmitting onto the beaches, as it may disorientate the turtles and or the hatchlings. I have sent Chad pictures at the beginning of turtle nesting season just to be sure from the beach at night that we're compliant. He acknowledged that we are. And we have discussed the idea of having cameras installed to face the units so that perhaps then we could see if anybody had lights on that were, they forgot to close their drapes, and perhaps that would be a good idea. We're still discussing that. Another idea even was to hire somebody to police the situation and alert occupants. Most recently, our insurance company settled a case against us from July of 2019. The plaintiff cited poor lighting as part of her claim, causing her to fall for over $78,000. We had the approved amber lights installed at this time. So as you can see, I'm just summarizing all we've done to make sure that we are turtle friendly and compliant. We're dedicated to remaining compliant with all the turtle nesting ordinances and feel completely confident that if the council should choose the state mandated tinting of 45% on all replacement glass facing the beach, that we will continue to be vigilant and can assure the town that we are not going to waver in our tireless measures aimed at protecting the turtles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your efforts are exemplary. If everybody did the same thing that you're doing, we probably wouldn't be having this hearing right now. And since your boss is sitting right next to you, I recommend that young lady get a raise. They're calling her all weekend long. Next.
Neil Hopgood. Following Neil will be Daniel Berger.
Good morning, Mayor Murphy, Vice Mayor, council members, and Roger. My name is Neil Hopgood, General Manager at Diamond Head Beach Resort. It's been several years since working with the town on the Beach Consumption on Premises Task Force, and hopefully I can be of service related to any turtle task force in the future. I was asked to come before town council today to ask for an extension from language being created related to turtle lighting, turtle window tinting, and creating a dune to store our beach furniture behind, similar to the Pink Shell Beach Resort. I've been working with Emily Asp of the Sea Turtle Conservatory and now have a thorough plan for implementation to convert our property to a template for other commercial properties to follow, similar again to the Pink Shell. We're working with Waldrop Engineering and Earth Balance and are willing to create a future dune if DEP and town have approval. We are working with Southern Aluminum and Glass to change out all of our glass sliders in every room, 242 to be exact, to a 15% tint per code that is being written. Our cost currently would be 1.5 million on the 45%, 2 million on the 15%. Still willing to take that absorption. With the direction and help of Chad, we are changing our pool lighting out to a long wavelength water light or underwater amber lights. We hope to complete this ASAP based on when these devices can be received, but please understand that after 2 decades of being at Diamond Head, we've never had issues with our lighting on the pools. We do have liability similar to what was presented earlier, and we're probably going to have to deal with that next if the lighting isn't conducive to our insurance claims. Please understand that with the supply chain issues and 6 months backlog for the sliders, we continue to be at the mercy of our suppliers. We had, prior to understanding that the language was going to be changed, we had the plan to replace all of our sliders. We found out that that would be 6 months, probably not allowing us to start until November of this year. We're now pushing that until June of 2023. We had also hoped to coincide with our new dune project with the beach renourishment, which we're also looking forward to seeing put in place. My ask today is twofold: to allow another task force to be created with beach business owners, turtle conservancy advocates, and town staff to draw up language that is fair and reasonable for all parties. I also ask for an extension of leniency for the code violations related to turtle conservancy while this new language is written, giving us time to create a new dune, a potential new dune, and replace all of our sliders with approved tinted versions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Daniel Berger. Following Daniel will be Jason Newton.
Good morning, I'm Daniel Berger. I'm with Shoreline 3M Window Film, and I do 3M window tinting for the last 18 years. I wanted to come here today to, of course, talk a little bit about the film. So there's different types of films that we use for turtle protection to reduce the visible light transmission to the outside. There's a reflective version, but we also have non-reflective versions to comply with the HOA issues of having a reflective material. Now, the biggest issue here is going to be your warranty. You do get a lifetime 3M residential warranty for the product, and you do also get standard warranty for the glass itself. So if a building just put in glass, let's say 2, 3, 4 years ago, and they don't necessarily want to replace it, if we apply the window film, we can actually cover the glass breakage and also the seal failure on double pane glass. Now, this is just the standard warranty comes with it is for 5 years, as someone mentioned earlier, but there's also an additional warranty that actually covers the lifespan of the manufacturer warranty. So if it's a 15, 20, 30-year warranty, 3M now covers this warranty. If there's a glass breakage or if there's a seal breakage, 3M will replace the glass and replace the film as well for the homeowner. So I just wanted to be here to kind of talk about that and clear some questions up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Newton. Following Jason will be Jim Reeder.
Jason Newton, owner of Adventure Water Sports, representing properties at 1154, 1160 Estero, 211 Canal, 200 Canal, 1240 Estero, 1250 Estero, and 1270 Estero. Salty Crab, Pure View, Kings Landing, Future Margaritaville, Beacon Motel, Shuckers, and the Cottage Bar and Grill. I've personally been in the water sports business now for 23 years. Never had a warning, never had a citation ever. And like Sharon from Holiday had said earlier, every property is completely different. At one point, there were 2 properties on the island who had a seawall. Currently, the property that I'm at is the only seawall on the island. So they do not put a dune in. But what we've done in the past, as the code reads now, we file with the city, they come down, they inspect. And in the past, we've always been given the exemptions. And with the current dune line coming off of the new Canal Street beach access and where the dune line is at Crescent Beach, every piece of equipment we have is behind what they would call an imaginary line. And I'm here today to ask, I was issued a warning back on the 17th, and I was not available, but my representation made a phone call to Chad immediately, which I had done in the past, and tried to set up for him to come down and meet with him on the beach. He said he could not, he was too busy. They said 4 or 5 days. He said, you know what, I'm just doing what my bosses told me. So I told my representation to meet with the town manager, Roger, which they did. After a short meeting, his comment was, I can't do anything for you. I don't know what to tell you. Come speak to the city council. So in the past, it's always been taken care of through the city, never been an issue. So I'm here for guidance from you because the town manager told my representation that there's nothing he can do. So he asked me to come here for you guys to give me guidance. And that's what I'm speaking here for today.
Okay. Well, hang around. Maybe you'll hear some.
Oh.
We get going. All right?
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for coming and letting us know about that.
Jim Reeder, followed Jim will be Lynn Miller. Ryder.
Good morning, everybody. Jim Ryder with Jeld-Wen Windows and Doors. Just wanted to touch on a few points based on what you guys put in the ordinance. Great on the 45% for remodeling. We appreciate that, and that's good thinking. However, still concerns on the 15%. So, you know, when we put windows and doors into the market, we go through a lot of testing, science, data. Before that window and door hit the market, has to be done. And so what I've heard from the last meeting, not so much today, there's a lot of passion. We all want to be on the right side of this. We all want to be correct. However, I haven't heard any data. I haven't heard any science. So correct me if I'm wrong by misspeaking or not. The root cause of this whole conversation with 15%, Florida Wildlife Council reached out to an automotive window tinting company. Hello? Does that strike a little bit of a concern for everybody? Why would Florida Wildlife reach out to a window company who does it for automotive? Why didn't they reach out to the fenestration industry? That would have been the smart thing to do. So they erred. And so now we're all trying to clean up their mess and have all these conversations. In the automotive industry, you have the engineer who creates in his mind or hers a beautiful car. It's great on paper. They bring it to the board. Board says, great, make it. They ship it out, 10,000 cars, and within weeks, multiple deaths because they went on passion and emotion. They didn't go through the testing. So the automotive industry, they go through testing, a lot of testing, science, data. So before we go into the 15%, I would encourage, let's get the data. Let's get the science before you write it into stone. Okay? Thank you. Oh, one more thing.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm not doubting the veracity of your statements, but I'd need a little bit more from you. I'd like to see something on paper that says that the FWC took that route with the automotive glass.
I think Lynn from GT might have that.
If you could leave some of that with us,
Absolutely.
I'd like to read that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
On the 3M, great. I'm glad the 3M rep came. One thing just to note, warranties are made to protect the manufacturer. And it took me a long time to find the warranty. Everything what he said is correct. However, a couple things were not mentioned. The warranty is not transferable. And also, seller also warrants against glass failure due to thermal shock fracture. Maximum value of $500 per window caused only as a direct result of the application of 3M safety and security film, provided the film is applied to recommended type of glass and the glass failure is reported to the seller within the specified time. Prove that the film was the cause. It's not going to happen. So it looks good on paper, but there's a weak point there. Anyway, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next.
Lynn Miller, following Lynn will be Jeff Wright.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Lynn Miller. I'm the Code Compliance Manager for PGT Innovations, and I'm also a member of the Fenestration and Glazing Industry Alliance, FGIA. And just a couple of comments regarding, we talked about the automotive thing. We have been in discussions with the Fish and Wildlife Commission for just almost about a year or so. And we did have discussions where they did consult with people that were involved with the automotive industry. But we have also, this is the reason why we've gotten involved with the Fish and Wildlife Commission. We want them to understand that automotive glass is different than the actual glass that you're going to have in a building. So that is the reason that we're working directly with them. And we are actively working with them. Actually, we've given them glass samples, and starting in probably about a month or so, over on the East Coast, they're going to be doing some actual testing and research on hatchlings with different tint levels on the glass. And so they're actively working on that. And for the very reason that none of these, even the 45% nor the 15%, has any experimental evidence that those are the right numbers. So we don't know what the right number is. Is it 45? Is it 15? Is it somewhere in between? Is it, what is it? So that's the reason for this research that we're doing. One of the things that my colleague Aaron Koss in the last meeting on May 16th mentioned that 45 is the actual number, 45 or less. Most of the tints that you actually have available are actually closer to 33%. I actually brought a couple of samples with me that she had at the last meeting as well. And then when you get down to the 15%, there isn't an exact number for the 15. Usually you end up being something a little even darker than that. So the idea is we want to try and find out what that correct number is somewhere between those. One of the things I did want to mention on the ordinance, on the summary, it mentions opacity of tinted glass. I did notice in the ordinance itself, it does say transmittance. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. We're talking about transmittance in the glass. And then also regarding the warranty issues, we mentioned the 3M warranties, but almost all of our window manufacturers in the Fenestration and Glazing Industry Alliance that sell products in Florida, we have no, most of us will void the warranty on our windows and on the glass if it's if an aftermarket tint is installed. And the main reason is because we don't know what type of tempering the glass is. If there's annealed glass and this film is installed, it can create heat buildup in the glass, which can cause thermal stress fractures. And it also can provide seal failures of insulating glass units. So we want to make sure that those, that's why we don't warrant those on our windows. So I'm not sure what 3M would pick up if, for example, they come to that warranty and it says our warranty is voided, but just something to be aware of. And one final comment. Earlier it was mentioned about the temporary labels. Fenestration products in Florida are required to have a temporary label that has design pressure ratings, Florida product approval information, and also NFRC values on the label, including visual transmittance. So that was the reason why those labels, and they're typically put on the inside of the window for inspection purposes. So.
Hold on one second. I want to
Sure.
ask a question.
Sure.
You seem to really know what you're talking about. You sound like you know this industry pretty well. Are you claiming right now that the FWC and the window people, you're not in conjunction yet on what that percentage is?
That is correct. We're working on that. That's the reason for the research that we have going on. So we don't say, hey, it has to be. So our recommendation is to fall back to what the model lighting ordinance is, which is the 45%, just because we have nothing else at this time. And so we're working on that solution. At some point, we may come up with a number that is maybe somewhere in between there.
And FWC has not definitively said that that's the number?
Correct. So what they're stating is that they have a recommendation of the 15%. And we've actually spoken to them about that because they have that information on their website. And we've asked them to clarify they recommend it's 45% or less. And they've seen tints that work at 15%. That's darker. They've seen evidence that visual evidence that works. And so that's what their recommendation is. We actually asked them to work with us on that, and let's find a real number.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jeff Wright.
Morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Council members. I'm Jeff Wright with the Henderson Franklin Law Firm here on behalf of Sharon and Kevin Faircloth. You heard from Sharon earlier. First, I want to make clear that we have nothing against the current amendment, the tinting, but we are concerned about the provision relating to beach furniture and obstructions. It is part of what you are approving today, and it's kind of, I thought of the analogy that you have the vehicle coming into the ordinance for repair, and you're changing the headlights, and we're pointing out that there's a flat tire in the back. And the flat tire is this section 32-113 that was improperly adopted. And we realize that there are legal remedies and then there's practical remedies. And obviously we want the practical remedies, and that's why we're here today. Ideally, we would have council direct staff to work with the business owners and interests that are impacted by the changes in 32-113. But as Sharon alluded to, they came to me and said, what happened here? How come we didn't hear about this? This significantly impacts our business. So I looked through it, and what happened, it appears, is that between the first and the second reading back in 2020, when this language was included, there was the first advertised ordinance did not have this language. And after the first reading, they added this language. So I looked at the history, and I looked at chapter 1 or section 166.041, which is the statute that governs how you adopt an ordinance. And when there are substantive changes along the way, the ordinance should be re-advertised. And in particular, and this is a legal argument, it's not a practical solution, but there are legal remedies for property owners who've been adversely affected by this, what we call a wrongful adoption. But we don't want to pursue those remedies. We want to work with the town. As Sharon mentioned, they've been here for 30 years. They've been great business and a great citizen of this community. And we feel like the right way to resolve this is to sit down with the business owners and figure out what that language should be. And the reason for that is they were never given that opportunity. Had this been properly noticed, then there would have been a copy of the ordinance available for them to look at and bring their concerns to the council. But given the history, and nobody did anything wrong here, it's just the way it happened. But given the history, they didn't have notice of the change, and they didn't have an opportunity to be heard on the change. And 166.041 creates a 5-year window for making a challenge based on a technical failure to abide by that statute. But again, that's the legal arguments, and I've told them that they would have a remedy. I currently represent a municipality, St. Pete Beach, who's going through the similar legal challenge, and it takes forever. It's resource inefficient. And the practical solution here would be, okay, this was adopted on the fly. They weren't given notice or an opportunity to be heard. And town manager, please let's come back with some proposed changes to this ordinance and make sure that we adopt it properly, because there are significant interests at stake, and these property owners and business owners should be given an opportunity to be heard on these changes that affect their business. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the counselor?
This is the public comment, right?
Pardon me?
Yes.
Yes.
So public comments.
Yes. Oh, okay, I guess not.
And Mayor, if I just may clarify, we debated whether to go for public comment or here, and I thought Sharon covered the public comment. There was an actual text of an ordinance that, like I said, the flat tire, we're pointing out the flat tire. That's all. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. And I'm going to ask our counsel as we proceed here as to what his opinion is on this.
Thank you.
As to how to proceed. Thank you. Next.
That's all I have signed up.
Anyone else care to speak? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council. My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm with Potter Homes, and we represent several different clients that are in the process of planning, permitting, or constructing new homes seaward of the CCCL. This ordinance is directly affecting all of our clients, and we believe creates a similar hardship that some in the room today are discussing. And so as you can see from this sample, this 15% VT glass is basically blacked out glass, where it's just as difficult to see out as it is to see in comparison to the 45% VT glass that has been standard until now and is still the standard in every other coastal jurisdiction in Florida. Our clients are investing a lot to build a new home on Fort Myers Beach, and it's unfair to require them to use 15% VT when the rest of the beach, including renovations, window swap outs, and others will be actually held to a different standard in the 45%. So my primary question today is what percentage of permitted activity does new development make up on Fort Myers Beach? My assumption is that it's less than 10% of the permits pulled. And so with this being said, we don't understand how this new rule will actually help the overall environment on Fort Myers Beach. If less than 10% of the permits on the beach will have this new 15% VT glass, it doesn't seem to solve the actual issue at hand and only punishes those that are building new homes on the beach. Along with this, we have a large concern on actually getting this glass, as stated before. The current solution for 15% glass is a special glass. It's only used in rare cases where blackout window construction is required in attics and other spaces where you wouldn't want to see. It's a completely custom window assembly, and it's a special order, longer lead time, and a lot more money. The alternative solution of tinting the window, which we talked about already, in some cases voids the warranty, which is also a big issue for our clients. So these concerns have led us to ask for you to reconsider the entire alternative glass window tint ordinance and keep it at 45% transparency for new development as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Eric Ogilvy, speaking for the operators, water sport operators at 61 Avenue C. I guess I came into a notice a few days ago that referred to extensive fines of $250 first time and then going up from there on a daily basis. I came in to see Roger and spoke with Chad, and they suggested we come out and see the town council regarding the issue. We're a very small property, so needless to say, the idea of moving all the equipment off the beach would be quite a task. In our case, it would mean a significant amount of that equipment would have to be trailered out every day, perhaps to the nearest storage facility, trailered back in order to start the next period of the day. I would ask and hope that the council could address staff to provide an extension that would allow us to try and come into some form of compliance with that. But again, reminding you that every property is different. And I really feel, just like a lot of the other issues that have come in the past, you need to sit down with each location and operation to kind of see what would work for them and the industry in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to council. Council. Bill, you look like you're leaning in.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it was very informative. But a lot of the things I heard people say made me feel even stronger that 15% was a better way to go. First off, the extraordinary measures that this young one, I forget her name, took, and she talked about extensively how much work that was. That would be required for everybody going forward. And I don't know how many people came up here and talked, if their photos are one of the numerous photos that were provided by town here for violations all up and down the beach. I know Diamond Head certainly is on this. But going to 15% glass, now the 15% glass doesn't mean zero disorientations. It's an improvement, and it's a common sense improvement. You say, where's the science? There is a scientific paper that is in the back of, that is in our packet, and it's kind of a difficult read, but we know that turtles are attracted to light. Less light means there's less chance of them going in that direction. So going from 45 transmittance to 15 is a significant improvement. Now, the level of it, you're talking about an actual creature who has their own determination. They're individuals. So there's nothing to say that you can come up with a certain amount of light except zero that's going to have no disorientations. Now, many of the HOAs of these buildings have been conscientious in what they have control over, and that's the exterior lights. And that probably has come up with some improvements. But we've been fairly consistent over the last 10 years in the beach of 10% disorientations, which I just don't think is acceptable. That means 10% of the nests, and pretty much every creature in that nest gets disoriented. And those that are not as diligent as this group here is, they're going to continue to have this problem. They're going to continue to to have disorientations, to have enforcement issues until they come in and complain enough where a future council stops doing it. Now, we remodeled our house and we're on the beach. So we have the same factors as all of you do with our house. We put in the 45% glass as was required. Now, that was 12 years ago. It's going to be there until the house burns down or gets taken out by a storm. Those windows are going to be there. So whatever we do now is a really long-term effect. And if you go with 45%, then you really are just going to create this decades of adversity between the staff and the condo owners, between the HOAs and the renters, and the condo owners and the renters. It's just going to go on for a really long time. So the idea of not proven, I think there's a lot of common sense, and there is some existing science that you can put together. Certainly the science has been very instrumental to understanding the wavelength that these turtles are attracted to, which is certainly more significant, more difficult science to prove than just lighting amount, because lighting amount is pretty much across the boards. The other thing is that two other points that were made was, one is that tinting is not recommended by the manufacturers. Now, what this says is that if you put in 45%, then to get the 15%, there's no real easy way without potentially voiding your Windows warranty. And then the factor that the gentleman from Potter Home said, only 10% of the permits being pulled on the beach are for new construction. So what we're really doing is we're doing 90% of the new permits we're allowing to go with this standard, which is going to create decades of adversity and numerous disorientations.
Anyone else?
Well, I'll just kind of comment, doing a lot of research on this, I've probably learned more about it than I ever thought I would. But it's actually caused me to soften the way I voted the last time. The 15%, the letter that we received, that the email communications back from Jennifer Hatfield with FGIA was very compelling to me. That they talked with, the group talked with FWC, and they actually relaxed and changed their website to some different wording. All but admitting that there really is no data or science to warrant the 15%. So for me, I would feel I would feel better keeping it at 45% across the board and not requiring new construction to go to 15% until we do get more data. We often have made a lot of decisions up here based on science and data, but yet we don't want to do it on this one. I just think and it's not going to change forever. I mean, people can still have the right to put the 15% in should they choose, and I'm sure some will. But to require them because they're building a new home, I just don't think it's right based on what I read. And I just want to read one little section of this that I think is pretty powerful to me, that maybe some of the people out there haven't read. It says, FWC no longer encouraging localities to adopt the 15% over the 45% in the model ordinance until more information data is known. They are encouraging the use of tints less than 45% and recognize that tints at 15% can be used, but also now realize the challenges that occur with a mandate at that precise level. FGIA is only aware of one locality adopting the 15% prior to the outreach and discussion with FWC, which is the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Anything else?
Well, since I'm still talking, sure. I would like to talk about this 32-113 if we can, because it falls into the same ordinance. It just feels like we maybe have gone from one extreme to another, and I would just like to discuss it a little bit more.
Yeah, now is that in our packet, or is that because it isn't being modified, it's not in there?
It is not, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's not part of the agenda, Councilman Allers.
So we can't talk about it?
If you could probably discuss it, but we can't make any changes.
Can't make any changes, okay.
My plan was to bring it up later on during council member items as that we would talk about it from an enforcement point of view while we're studying it and looking at it.
I'm perfectly okay with that.
So that way we don't skate into areas where we're not supposed to be talking about at this point.
Okay. From what I've heard today and from what you just said, Councilman Allers, I've been a little more educated too about where everything stands here with FWC and this glass business. I really want to talk to you though, Town Attorney, with this issue that the counselor from the other firm spoke up on behalf of Mrs. Faircloth as to as to where we stand in that. I'd like to know whether or not we proceeded correctly, and if not, what should be done.
I can't speak to whether the notice was properly given. I haven't reviewed that matter. It's the first time I've heard of it. It's something we can certainly look into. And if there are any issues, we can certainly address it with an amendment to that ordinance, but it was codified, it is law. So any changes would have to be done through an ordinance.
I had a feeling you were going to say you weren't familiar with it, which is perfectly understandable. Roger, do you have any recollection of this matter?
Well, all I could say is this, and that is that if an amendment between ordinance first reading and second reading is viewed to be changed, is viewed to be inappropriate by the town attorney, I would think that he or she would speak up at that time and tell the council that that proposed modification warrants a new first reading. And to my recollection, that did not occur in this case. But my suggestion would be to take this matter up with Mr. Herron, and he and Victor can review the matter. And if it's appropriate to revise the code, I'm sure they will recommend that to you.
Well, just to spare the town another lawsuit and challenge and so
Well, I
forth.
don't really think so, because at this point, and the reason I'm just going by what the counselor had said, because, and what the vice mayor had said, that there's going to be an informal discussion about this later in the meeting, and we can discuss perhaps interim steps that we could take to avoid that situation, but it's up to you all.
Discussing it after we vote on the.
Well, the item they're asking you to change is not on the table today for being changed, no matter what happens.
It wasn't
So-
advertised.
So
It's not appropriate to discuss.
is that correct, Victor?
Correct. It's under the same chapter that's being modified, but it's not one of the ordinance that's subject to modification.
So let me clarify this for you, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps other members of the council and members of the audience. Where the staff is enforcing the code based on the way the ordinance is currently written. However, in council discussions, and why I recommended to some of the folks to come here and share their thoughts with you today, was you could clearly direct us to do something different while that's being looked at by the attorney, and you're getting further advice on that issue for the interim. So you could discuss that during council comments, and if you want to give us direction to do something, of course, we will take that direction. So it's really separating the two issues. You, in my opinion, you should really look at the 45%, 15% issue and come to a decision about that. And to the extent that there are some concerns about whether the beach furniture should be removed nightly, we could talk about that in council comments, and whether the council would like to take an interim step in way of a staff direction to, while that is investigated by the town attorney.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further discussion?
I would just make one other point, is it was also told in public comment that every building is unique, which tells me that the place to really consider variances from the 15% would be in the public variance process. That if someone has smaller windows, if they already have screens that diminish light coming in, that those are things that should be considered in a variance process instead of making a blanket 45% across the board.
Okay. Well,
Mayor,
I'm not-
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion, but if you still want to discuss it.
Well, I just wanted to make one point. I'm not real convinced just yet which way to go here, because with all the discussion today about these these continued tests and so forth that are going on between the industry and FWC, that that they're not going to come out with a different recommendation somewhere down the road here, and because of that, because there is no definitive amount just yet, and it's still under testing and consideration and so forth and so on, I do believe that the builders will be put at a disadvantage by requiring them to go with the 15%, which we don't even know is the number yet. So it's a dicey situation. And Bill, I understand the passion for the turtles and so forth, but you know, I have to go on what the professionals say, and I'm leaning in this case towards the professionals being FWC. They're the ones who are going to advise us environmentally, certainly not. Well, I shouldn't say certainly not, but maybe not the window people. But so they're the ones that I'm really looking to guidance for. And much as in the pandemic, you know, we're not professionals, and with COVID, I was looking to the professionals for their guidance on that as well. So in my case, until definitively they come out with something that says, you know, this is what we believe is going to work, and this is the way I think we should go. You know, I'm still on the fence with this. So I don't know that I could support going with this 15% just right now. And you know, from what I gathered today, that number is going to fall somewhere in between the two, and where that is, I don't know. I mean, and I don't know how long that's going to be. Hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later. But who knows, right? Who knows? So, so that's where my apprehension is right now with the 15%. And so, for whatever that's worth, Councilman Allers, did you have a motion you wanted to make, or is there any further discussion about my discussion?
I would just point out that, you know, one thing that's pretty obvious without a great deal of scientific study is that 15% would be more advantageous than 45. It's an improvement for the turtle's sake.
Yeah, and you know, you may be right, but
and there's also, you know, a lot of pictures in the back here showing violations.
Well, and that's a whole nother issue, the enforcement of it. But okay, Councilman Allers, what did you have on your mind?
I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 22-10 with the removal of the requirement of new construction to have the 15% glass. Does that cover it, Victor?
We could just revert it back to the original language.
Which
that we
would
had.
follow the state statute then?
So a second for that?
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Very good. Discuss.
Well, you know, it's a challenging issue. We're wrestling with these various numbers when, to me, the real number is close your blinds and shades. That's the real number. I'm sure there's very good arguments on the whole spectrum of the various numbers we've discussed today, but I've actually seen now 3 different examples of the 15% glass. It's extremely difficult to see through. This is a solution that residents of our island would have to live with 365 days a year. And to me, the easiest solution is to get good blinds and shades and close them if you're privileged to live on the beach for 6 months out of the year. Well, I have a real hard time punishing our residents who are good actors who want to comply with this very dark glass 365 days a year. I actually included new construction when I seconded Councilor Aller's motion last meeting, because I thought it was an attempt to compromise. I was trying through the new construction piece and the enhanced enforcement piece to try to find a middle ground here and try to be sensitive to both sides. I'm open for, again, it was an attempt to try to find a middle ground. So that's why I suggested the new construction piece to try to find a place that we could all, I don't think we're ever going to agree on all this, but find a middle ground that everybody could at least be comfortable with.
And I think Counselor Veach mentioned that even by going to 15% doesn't necessarily guarantee that there still wouldn't be disorientations. So that in itself leads me to believe that there's still a lot of unknowns, and to require, as I believe one of the builders here mentioned, that it's a small amount that's going to be changing the windows out as we go. I think your approach to continued education, to enforcement, we're not going to get them all. Even at 15%, we're not going to be able to save them all. We're not going to be able to catch every person that's violating. But hopefully through discussions like this and people that are out here talking, we'll continue to educate their neighbors, continue to educate people that are coming in and staying, if they're staying for short term or long term, to exactly whatever I mean, you put magnets up, you can do all kinds of things, but certain people when they're on vacation feel like they're above anything that is required of them. So the more we can continue to talk to them, I think that's a better approach at this point.
And I appreciate that blinds, I have 45% windows. I have blinds. They go down every night before sunset or before 9 o'clock. But we have kind of reached, I think, the extent of what we can do as far as education. I mean, there is extraordinary efforts being taken on all sides. And we still, if you look at the back of your packet, there's pages and pages of lighting violations. There's also people who have certainly implied in their emails to us that they are not going to accept the current standard for a violation, which is looking at the lights and taking a visual interpretation of it. They want some kind of machine that doesn't exist to be able to measure light objectively and say you're in violation or not. So if you go down this road, there's going to just, like I said, there's going to be a continued adversarial relationship on lots of levels, which the 50% would certainly help. The other thing is that every building is different. Now, new construction, they have more control about what they're doing. Like we went to the pink shell. You saw the difference. If you're in a new construction, you can do that. You can put windows that are large enough where 15% is not an issue.
But I think it's been shown pretty effectively that there is a big difference between a 15% window tint and a 15% window glass, as far as being able to see through it and transmittance and the other technical stuff that you've gone into. But so to compare the window tint versus what the glass is made of, I think is very difficult.
I mean, the only difference I can see is that it sounds like when the pink shell did it, they actually measured the windows to determine if they were the right amount. And there's some accuracy, and when they do the pre-tinting, they tend to be more conservative because it is 45% at a maximum transmittance. But if you're going to do two things, if you're going to do an internal tint and then put a tint on top of it, I can't see how that would be more accurate than doing one thing and putting the tint inside.
Well, I'm certainly not a chemist or anything that would have to do with how this all goes together. But I mean, I think every one of us up here will agree that we will encourage everybody to do everything they can, as we have in the past, to close your blinds, to shut the lights off. At the end of the day, even if they have a 15% glass, unless you're standing in that room to tell them they can't leave the door open at night because there's a nice breeze, that 15% is not going to do anything. So I just don't feel that it's the right decision personally, I don't feel it's the right decision to require everyone that's building a new home to have to adhere to different standards that we aren't even sure yet that is the right number. I just don't think it's fair to make them do something that we wouldn't require everyone else to do, especially when, as Councilor Adderholt said, it's 6 months out of the year.
Someone who's been on the beach, I mean, I don't think there's such a thing as a right number. Even the 45% of this time may have helped. It's a matter of improvement, making incremental gains. And the question comes down to, is allowing 10% of the hatchlings of an endangered species in our jurisdiction to perish, is that enough? Is that enough? Are you okay with 10% loss of an endangered species that's in our jurisdiction?
Well, I don't think it's fair to say. I mean, am I okay with it? Absolutely not. I think everyone here is environmentally steward and tries to do everything they can. But at some point, you have to understand that without knowing, there's nothing that says that 15% is definitively going to do anything more than 45%.
Just common sense will say that because they're attracted to light. It's less light, less chance of attracting. Now, they haven't quantified it maybe enough to say what exact the percentages were. And then if they came up and said that, 15% glass would give you, a 50% or 75% improvement, what's magic about that number? There is no 100% proof. And, you go out, every night is different. You go out some nights and it's a dark night with no moon. There's storms. Turtles are more likely to get disoriented. You got in a full moon with clear skies, they're much less likely. Every day varies. It's a matter of just a percentage of improvement and not saying there's a magic number where we won't get disorientations. And that can be improved by darkening the glass.
Just procedurally, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask you, is this new construction issue important to you? Because I think it's important for us to give folks some certainty today as to how we're going to proceed. And
It's important. It's important to me. It's
But-
important to me.
so I guess I only ask that because I'm willing to concede the point if it's critical to you for your support on this particular provision for this ordinance today, because I think we need to conclude this matter and give people some certainty.
Well, I'll tell you, I agree with my friend here, Councilman Adderholt, that the only way to get this true compliance is to is to have people draw their blinds and leave them drawn the whole night, as you well know, Bill, yourself, because you do it. And so, and the only other way to get compliance is to, and I hate to say it, is to bring down the heavy hand of the enforcement. That's the only thing. And the enforcement, the question was asked earlier as to what's happened thus far, and there has been, as Roger noted, there have been warnings given out and so forth. But until people start getting hit in their pocketbook, until they have to start paying these fines over and over and over again, that's when the message is going to be made. Now, Mr. Potter Holmes over there, I appreciate your comments and everything, but I will tell you that I don't think that, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way, but I don't think that's going to make or break the deal with your homeowners over there, the price of the glass of the house. Believe me. And I don't think anybody in this room believes that. But, and again, I don't mean it in a disparaging manner, but I felt compelled to say something about that. So as to your comments, Jim Adderholt, I agree with you that that the only way to do this is to force compliance and to make people draw their blinds and so forth and keep their places dark. It's continuing education. It's never going to be perfect, Bill. It's never going to be perfect. We're never going to get to perfection on this. But more and more that we can continue to do. And but I still believe that I don't know that we should be penalizing all these people in new construction for something that's still being studied by the professionals. And I understand your passion, Bill, and I understand the passion of all the Turtle Time people and the people that are heavily interested in the environment. I'm interested very much myself, and I feel that way. But to me, I have to be convinced by the professionals. The professionals, and God bless you. You're passionate about it, but you're not the professional that I'm going to look for. And I don't mean that in a bad way. And I think I think you know that I don't. So that's where I stand on this. So what we'll do is, if there's no other, is there any other discussion on this before we vote?
Mr. Mayor, before you take a roll call vote, if you're going to consider removing the 15% requirement, the title of the ordinance does include that, which will be read into law. So I'd like to maybe discuss that issue of John. It's kind of a unique issue. If perhaps we could recess before you intend to vote, or maybe after you make your motion.
I'd move that we recess.
Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion? Any objection? We'll recess for 15 minutes. Let's try for 10.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll reconvene. It's 11:21. Victor, how did you make out with Mr. Herron?
So I spoke with John. The one issue I want to bring up to council is that the title of this ordinance includes the distinction between the 15% and 45%. So if the council desires to remove that distinction, my recommendation is that we move to table this amendment, direct staff to change the title, and then set it for hearing at the next town council meeting. Now, if the council decides to approve the amendment as drafted with the distinction, that would not be required.
And what's the recommendation? Which way to go? What would be preferable?
It depends on
what council.
how the council decides if they want to include the distinction between the 15 and 45%, or if they desire to have the blanket 45% apply.
Okay, what's the council's pleasure?
I think you know mine. So we would have to, when is the next meeting? What's the date?
August 2nd, I believe.
So if there's, I think what Victor is trying to say, Counselor, is that if you're going to stick with the 45 across the board, okay,
You can vote on
that's
it
clean.
as titled.
As
The
clean.
title includes that distinction. The title of the ordinance includes the distinction between 45% and 15%. Now, if you vote to remove the 15% requirement, the title would still include 15%, which would cause confusion. So our recommendation is that if you're removing that distinction, it needs to be retitled.
So if the new construction is treated at 45% like everything else, and we need to change the title.
Yes.
If we keep the new construction 15% like the title says, we don't need to do that.
Exactly.
But the current standard is 45, right? So if you basically vote the thing down, it stays at 45, if that's what you are trying to achieve.
If we vote it down, it goes back to 15, right? Because that's what we're changing.
Right.
Yeah, it goes back to 15.
Right, as currently drafted, the requirement's 15.
And the next meeting is the 21st of June?
No,
eligible.
right now, there's no meeting other than if you want to set one for this one item.
So we don't have a meeting on the 21st?
Right now, we have no items for that date.
Oh.
But we could have an item on that date.
Or we could have some other kind of meeting, special meeting or something like that. Just call it for the one item. What's your pleasure?
Well, I'll rescind my previous motion then and make a motion to remove the 15% requirement for new construction and have it put on the next available town meeting instead of giving a date. Does that work?
Yes.
For a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion? That doesn't require a roll call, does it? Or does it?
No, you're not approving the.
I wouldn't think so. Okay.
No, he didn't just modify the motion. I'm a little confused. So they just modified his motion that would then come to a roll call vote to approve. Is that what you did?
What I understand he's recommending is to bring back 45% across the board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is your motion to table the issue to the next hearing and revise the title? Or
Yes,
to-
yes.
All right.
The
Now we're all,
prior motion was to bring back 45% across the board. So
Yes, that would require a roll call vote if you're amending the ordinance.
But you're not amending the ordinance. You're
all right. Victor, I need you to tell me how you would like me to word it so that we can vote on 45% across the board at the next meeting.
I think the motion would be to table the issue, direct staff to revise the title more broadly to encompass whether council wants to include the distinction or not. We would remove the 15% and 45% from the title and just make it more broadly drafted so that you would have the opportunity to vote either way at the next hearing.
All right, then I will make a motion to table ordinance 22-11 and direct staff to bring back at the next available council meeting a draft that removes the 15% distinction and keeps it at 45% across the board.
Title.
On the title.
If you want, you can do it, you can title it however you want. I mean, you could title it as more broadly than that. You can remove the percentages. It can just be, it cannot have percentages stated. And that way you're not as constrained for your next vote. My concern is if at the next hearing, if council determines that they want to include the 15%, we don't want to run into the same issue, right? We don't want to just say 45% and then council votes to include the distinction at the next hearing. And then we're in the same position we are now.
Yeah, but I think I'm hearing the flip concern, Victor. I think the flip concern is they want to give the folks who've been here now for 2 hearings a sense of comfort that which direction they're going. That's my read of what's transpired.
Would it be easier to direct staff to follow the state statute?
If the council desires, we can, for the next hearing, we can, when we renotice it, we can make the change to the ordinance to remove the 15% if you want to make that motion. And then that can also be reflected in the title if you want to make that motion.
So just to help, maybe help. Are you ready to, do you want to leave it open for the next hearing, or you want to set a specific percentage for the ordinance at the next meeting? That's the choice.
Yes, I do not want to leave it open. I want it to read 45% across the board.
That would require a roll call vote.
Okay. Do I need to restate the motion then? Or are we all on the same page now?
We just need to set your second, whoever that was, to confirm that they're okay with that.
You need a second? Second?
Okay, discussion.
So this is to change the wording to be specific 45%, but to table until the next meeting so we can change the title,
Yes, sir.
just for clarification.
Correct.
Any other discussion? Okay, we'll call the roll. Councilman Allers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hasselfrost.
No.
Councilman Holt.
Aye.
Councilman Veach.
Nay.
Mayor Murphy, aye. Okay, the motion carries. That'll be discussed at the next meeting. Okay. So we're out of the public hearings now. We go to the administrative agenda. The next item is the fiscal year 2021 audit. And the action is to accept the 2021 audit report prepared by Malden and Jenkins. As you heard from Mr. Jim Steele earlier, he's the chairman of the audit committee, and I am your liaison to that committee. The report was presented to the audit committee, and many questions were asked, as they always do, the audit committee, and all of the questions were answered satisfactorily by the CPA firm, and all the members were satisfied that this indeed was a very clean report, and that it showed that the town was in great financial condition. So it would be my recommendation to, as your liaison to that committee, to recommend approval of the audit report prepared by Malden and Jenkins, and that will be my motion.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Just a couple of questions.
Sure.
for Town manager. On page 123, the program revenue, the changes for services, that is over $1 million jump in that from last year. Is that from the short-term rental and the parking fees? Or where does that increase come from?
No, because this was from the end of 21.
So then why is there such a big jump there?
I don't know. I'll have to find out.
The other thing I had was on the parking or the road. I think it was like 700 and some thousand. What can that be used for street lighting, or what are the restrictions on that?
Which one? I'm sorry.
The park and road.
Impact fees?
Yes.
Impact fees can be used for new enhancements.
New enhancements to the road. So that could technically be used towards lighting? Or is it just specifically the road?
Typically, I've seen it used as when a new road's being constructed and added, and lighting is added. I haven't really necessarily seen it for lighting alone, but I can work with Victor and Mr. Heron to read the impact fee ordinance to see if it qualifies.
And the only other question I had was on the $12.5 million, which I know is one of the things coming up. Do you have an estimated idea of what that cost will actually be for the stormwater for the side streets? The issue was at 12.5 million.
Well, I hope it's not I hope we can do a little better through a competitive bid than the number we received. But no, I can tell you that that the engineer had indicated that they would have a difficult time justifying the $20 million number, but we're, as you well know, construction prices are changing every day. So had we gotten a second or third bid, we would have perhaps been able to ground truth that number, but since we didn't, we can't. And the only recourse in terms of being able to make a firm recommendation to you that it's fair value is to rebid it. But it could, we're expecting it to be more just through the lapse of time than the 12.5.
Yeah, that seems to be the way things are going, that things are coming in higher, and the more we add to tier one, the higher that'll get to.
And the only last thing that I have is, it seems like they're in the report under cause, there's a lot of the same wording. Differences were caused mostly by system issues and turnover within the accounting department. It seems like that same phrase keeps coming up year after year in these audit reports, at least since I've been on the council.
Right.
Go ahead, Roger.
No, go ahead. That's correct.
I can answer that. I'm sure that the same answer will come from the town manager, is that when this present finance group that we have upstairs took over this job a couple of years ago, it was a mess. And it took about 2 years to straighten it all out, as far as all the adjusting entries and so forth and so on. And I was about to get to that the CPA firm and also the audit committee themselves were very complimentary of the staff, Sherry and Joan and their ladies upstairs that have been straightening this out over the past couple of years. And now that's been done. And from henceforth forward, it should be. I don't think you'll be seeing that comment anymore.
Well, let me just say this, because there was a comment I made at the audit committee, and I want to make it here for town council. The auditors will always find something. That's their job. There's always, as and you and I have talked about, there's always an opportunity to improve. So that'll always be there. The question for the council and myself will always be, how much money do you want to spend to try to address that last 2 or 3% of comments that you're going to get? And you want to spend $60,000 a year to have another staff person up there to try to, cut that comment in half? We can do that. But you're always going to get to the point where they're going to make a comment and it just becomes an amount of money of, how much you want to spend to try to make that comment go away. Now, that being said, we did change over the staff 100%. And our next, so I agree with the mayor's statement that a lot of the issues that had been experienced will, go away. But none of those really affect the town's financial situation. It's just, did the item get corrected on September 30th or on October 1st? If it got corrected on October 1st, it creates a comment. And if it got corrected on September 30th, the number got adjusted on September 30th. There is no comment. So we know that. we have a more stable staff, and I think the situation will be a lot better. But I want to caution you all, assuming you all will be seeing audit reports in the future, there's always going to be a comment.
And I can appreciate that. It was the fact that it was the same comment as what caught my eye. And my question was more along the lines of, do you have everything that you need to be able to mitigate as many of these comments that they may put out there? It was kind of where I was trying to go with it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that very much because that's very helpful. And I think the answer I'm going to give you is yes and no. Yes, I think we've stabilized the staff, and we have a staff who's paying attention to details perhaps better than in the past. No, that I think we're getting sophisticated enough that we need to go to the next level of software. And that will be a substantial investment by the town and a multiple year transition. So that's something we'll need to talk about. We're not ready with a recommendation yet as to what product line to go to, but I think that's going to be the next step that we're going to have to do if we want to sort of raise our level of performance.
That's all the questions I had.
Anything else?
I would just say I really value the work that the audit committee has done on this, because I saw the same things that Councilman Adler saw. Then I saw other places where it said there was no material problems at all. So, I mean, it's a long and complicated report to go through, and I really appreciate the audit committee having the expertise and the time to deliver their findings to us.
And just for the record, they reviewed it twice. They reviewed it in draft and they reviewed it in final.
Yes.
So they went through it twice.
Yes. And they're very diligent, and they take their responsibilities seriously, and there's lots of discussion.
One other point, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
and that is the audit committee consisted of a fairly stable group for a long time. We were just introduced at this last meeting 2 new members. And that was very refreshing from the standpoint that was the first time they had ever seen the audit. So you sort of had 2 sets of fresh eyes on it who had not, or 3 sets, that's correct, that had not seen it before. So that was very refreshing to hear their comments.
Yeah, and they were, and they had lots of questions, and so it was obvious to me that they read the report. So anyhow, okay, anything else? I'll call the question then. Is there any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously. The 2021 audit is accepted by the town council. Okay, the next item is Resolution 22-24. This is the tentative fiscal year 2022-2023 millage rate. And this is to approve Resolution 22-24, establishing the town's tentative millage rate for fiscal year 2022-2023. And that millage rate would be the same as last year, which is 0.95, which means that when you accept the tentative millage rate, the millage rate cannot go up from that point, but can come down. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
No. Last year, we proposed a 0.99 millage rate and then went back down to the 9.5. I think that might be the path that would be wise for us to take today. We have a lot of things that we suggested to the town manager that we might want to spend capital outlay on. Lighting, what to do with the property behind us. I mean, there's a plethora of projects. If we tie ourselves down to 0.95 today, we may be keeping ourselves from doing some of those things that we desire to do. I am not saying that I'm going to vote for 9.9 down the road. I just think it worked last year well to do it that way. That gives us the option to discuss doing those projects should we decide to do them. If we set at 9.5 today and we don't have enough money to do the things that we've discussed, I think that would be very unwise of us.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, if you can indulge me just for a minute, I would tend to agree with Madam Vice Mayor on that. I have had some conversations with the county specifically revolving around the lighting, and I've been able to get a few more concrete numbers, if you will, of what it would cost to do Estero Boulevard.
Care to share that?
I would love to. So as we know, it's about 5.7 miles. Based on the county, as we all know, they're looking at doing the crosswalks at the 1.4 plus the design fees. So they're looking at, so my conversations with them are what would it be if we had the county take over the project and do the entire road. Obviously, the town would have to put in some money. I've talked to the town manager about this. Is it a viable thing that could be done? And it kind of falls into where we're talking here. So they were looking at doing 150-foot spacing for lights on both sides at a total of 400 poles using the fixture that is out on San Carlos. So we all see that visionary fixture. The issue is that fixture, as we know, is not approved to be on FPL poles yet. The one that they're working on is a little bit different from that, but similar. Obviously, if that fixture gets approved to be put on poles, that would alleviate some of the need for the extra poles. So I guess what I'm saying in layman terms is this is an assumption, these numbers are an assumption that FPL wouldn't approve that fixture, and it's a worst case scenario.
So it's similar to what the original, we had a town-owned option, which would no FP&L poles. So this is a
Fairly
similar option.
fairly similar, right? And I think it gives us a little bit of an insight as to what we would be looking at should the town want to take it on. I would be of the belief that it would make sense to have the county spearhead the project, design the project, mobilize the project, take care of all of it. We then reimburse or do an interlocal with the town or the county to pay the difference of the lights that we need or we want. That would be, checks off all the boxes: public safety, environmental, aesthetics for the island, all the things that, of all of the things that we're talking about in this year's budget, that's the only one that really checks off the most boxes when it comes to all of those things. So the cost that again, this is an estimated cost for the total 5.7 miles would be about $6 million. Of that, 1.5, say, would be the county's input for the design fee, and then for all the crosswalk lighting. So the 1.4 plus the roughly, they said 5 to 550 design fee. They are currently in the process of designing. They're about 7 months out on the crosswalks. So basically, in speaking with the town manager on this, I was trying to figure out a way that we could get this moving forward in this year's budget to allow the county to start designing the entire boulevard, where we could work as an interlocal to pay them back. I did ask them, like, what would be their typical timeframe that they would go out to allow us to pay them back versus just a one-time fee. They said they typically do 4 to 5 years. And speaking with the town manager again, he believes that it needs to be closer to 7 years, if not 7 years, in order for it to be a viable thing for the town to be able to do responsibly and get it paid back to achieve what we all want to achieve, and that's a well-lit road. Again, it would cover the environmental needs that we need with the amber lighting. The crosswalks would be taken care of. We'd have increased public safety. So it would cover all the things. So I guess I just wanted to get that out there to see how my fellow counselors felt about being able to do that. Now, certainly we'll have to probably give up some of the initiatives that have been outlaid in what we're looking at on the back page, which I completely understand. There's a few things that we're obviously going to have to come up with money for now that we all know that the funding for Times Square went away. So we've got other things that we have to look at that maybe don't necessarily be at, as you mentioned, Vice Mayor, the parking lot in the back. I don't know that, in my opinion, would be above lighting Estero Boulevard.
Well, just before you, just so we stay on the lighting of Estero Boulevard. So if the fixture gets approved, is the county's preference to do their own poles or to use FP&L?
No, so that was a specific question that I asked them. They are more than happy with working with FP&L. If they have a fixture that they will approve to put on their poles, obviously we wouldn't need as many poles. Depending on what the design would be, they would put as many lights on their poles as possible to bring that cost down for the town.
And then if they're using FP&Ls, then we would pay a portion of the tariff as opposed to.
Could I jump in here? This is really getting far afield
Yeah,
of the agenda item that's before us.
Right.
I made a general motion about 0.99, not to just discuss lighting, but to discuss any of our projects.
Well, I opened it up. I asked for a clarification from him, and he answered.
And I
But
think it does.
we-
It's important though, because this is the amount of money we're talking about, right? If we're talking about 7 years at $4.5 million, you're talking about $700,000 a year. It's different than the tariff for that, which would be like $150,000 a year. That really does.
I'm not
beg
asking
the
to go to the 0.99 just for the lighting. I'm asking to go there because we have a plethora of different projects that we might use the money for. I don't want to be nailing ourselves down today that it's for the lighting.
And that was not my intent, was to nail it down
So-
for my
So
intent was
I'm,
No, well, so the question, I'm just going to cut to the chase here. The question is whether we take the vice mayor's recommendation and set the tentative rate at 0.99 or keep it at the 0.95 right now that where it's at. So I'll entertain a motion on either one of those and we'll take it from there.
Well, I would move that we modify the resolution to include 0.99 millage rate rather than the 0.95 millage rate that's included. And also, the resolution has an error in it because it also already shows that we voted on this and shows that Mr. Adderholt voted nay. So I think that it just picked up the language from last year's resolution. Somebody didn't cut and paste correctly.
Okay, I'll second that motion for discussion. Discussion. Mr. Town Manager, that'll give, well, you have lots of time to sharpen your pencil between now and then anyhow to bring that down if need be back to where we are.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, what we have done, sort of our processes, we create a budget sort of to continue the current level of services. And calculate, the cost of doing that and all of that. And we've done that and we believe we can get by and continue to provide the same level of services at 0.95. So that if you accept that assumption, then the next issue is, well, what initiatives do we have? So we have identified to the council a little over $2 million of potential revenue, most of it one-time revenue for initiatives. And we've given you a list of initiatives that you have brought to our attention. So to do all the initiatives could not be done within the $2 million amount of money we currently have available for them, which is why I believe the vice mayor is making the motion to create a little more room for you to consider this throughout the budget process culminating in September, to allow you the flexibility, should there be support for one or more of these initiatives, to have adequate funding to address them. Even with the 0.99 and the $2 million we have, we possibly could not do them all. So there still will have to be some prioritization that will need to occur. But clearly you can do more at the 0.99 and the 2 million than you can do with just the 2 million. So that's why I believe she's recommending that to you all, and I assume that's why you seconded it, Mr. Mayor. So, from our sort of operating expense size, to be clear, I don't know that's going to change dramatically. We've calculated a savings from fiscal year 22 to carry into 23, which is part of the little over $2 million number. We could do a little better, either in revenue or less expenses, but it's not going to change dramatically. We only have roughly a quarter of the fiscal year to go.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Roger, what would the difference in revenue be to go from 0.95 to 0.99 just for the?
I believe Sherry has that number. I don't have it at my fingertips.
Good morning, Council. Sherry Russ from the Finance Department. For the 0.99 millage rate to go to that, we'll bring in an additional $660,000 for the year.
If you went that high, but you could ultimately go to 0.97 or some other number. So just that would set your cap.
Okay. Thank you, Sherry.
Could I just ask a question while you're still up, if you might? I'm always troubled by this concept of asking for more, even if we haven't formally discussed what we're going to use it for. And I know we may not end up needing it, but it seems a little bit backward to me. And that's why I voted against it last year. And I'm also concerned too, we just heard the chair of our audit committee say how in great shape the town is in financially, which I agree with, and I think that's great. And he also said that we're at the point now where our surpluses are such, our reserves are such, where they're so flush that we may at some point have to even consider a tax decrease at some point. I'm just wondering, does that rosy scenario, which I think is great, does it warrant increasing a millage rate? I know prospectively, I know we don't have to do that. I mean, are we do we not have any play here that that could allow us to address some of the concerns that we've been talking about?
Well, a couple of things with that. One is that I think that the amount of cash that we have is not the answer to your list of initiatives. We have money for a variety of reserves and other things, and that just shows up as cash. But this council and prior council has been very careful to set up reserves to deal with a lot of unexpected things that could happen on an island of this size with a staff of this small, and et cetera. So while you have a lot of cash, it's also set aside for specific reserves and things. So my recommendation to you is that if you looked at the list of initiatives and you've done the math and said, well, my total that I personally could support as a counselor comes to less than 2 million, then you're correct. You don't have to raise that millage at this particular point of time. If you feel that, well, there are some that I'm not sure about and some I want to listen to debate and public comment about over the summertime, and I want to provide myself with the flexibility, then I do increase it to 0.99. The biggest issue, which is the one that Council Allers mentioned, which is if we do go with, because it's one of the bigger ticket items, if we do go with a street lighting project, then we don't know what the county's willing to do in terms of years of financing. That's probably going to play probably one of the biggest issues in terms of trying to determine that. So if you're in favor of getting street lighting done, but we're unsure of how much in the way of a term the county's going to give us, you definitely want to build in that flexibility.
So I appreciate all those comments. And so what you're saying is if we keep the mill rate at 0.95, we have $2 million to address the various priorities that are currently listed. Is that fair?
That's a fair statement.
Okay, so I'm if that is indeed the case, I'm a little discouraged that we've shut down the discussion that Councilor Allers raised, because I do think the street light on Estero Boulevard is a critical issue for our island. And if we have to raise the mill rate for lighting on Estero Boulevard, I'm very sensitive to that. So I'd like to know a little bit more about this potential issue with Estero Boulevard. So Councilor Allers, are you saying then that the annual cost of that would be $700,000 under the arrangement that you're discussing with the county commissioners?
Well, essentially, yes. I mean, we were trying to figure out what the length would be. There was no, obviously it has to be voted on at their level, but in speaking with Roger, that's the kind of the area we need to be in to be able to make it financially responsible for the town to be able to do it. It's going to be expensive. The numbers that I gave you are our worst case scenario, hopefully. And it could be less than that, but I'm always a plan for the worst and hope for the best. So.
No, and that's fine. I guess what I'm trying to understand is this number based upon the fixture that will be, we hope will be approved, or is this preparing for the worst case scenario if that fixture is not approved?
That's exactly right. This would be using the fixture that's already installed up on San Carlos.
So it could be a lot less if they approve this new fixture, because it would therefore be covered by a lot of it would be covered by the tariff. Is that fair?
Potentially, yes.
But
based on what FPL finds out.
So what you're trying to prepare for, and which is fair, is the worst case scenario if this fixture was not approved.
Well, yeah, that and what I'm trying to prepare for is getting it out there so people, one, know about it.
Yep.
And two, try, the county is going to move forward with or without us, I think, is my read on it. With the crosswalks, we've been very, very diligent about how we want everything to look the same, be the same, so that this is a way to get it done. I think that is beneficial to both them and us. Probably more us than them. We're the ones that see it every single day, so we know about it. So I'm just trying to get it out there so that the town manager and the staff can budget accordingly if it's something that the council is open to. I guess the county is just looking for a willingness from our council to either go with this or not go with this.
Is the hope also then under this proposal that if the fixture is approved, we would still go with the county for an overall solution?
That would be my recommendation, yeah, because then they would manage it, they would design it, they would do, because even, and I talked to the manager about this, and maybe I'm not right, but say the town did want to take this over and do it on its own, we would still require permits from the county to meet their expectations, so.
Why? Because it's their road
It is their road, exactly.
that we're paying to light. But anyhow, that's another discussion.
So
Well,
really
you know
the
what?
question-
Today is really not the day to debate this. Today is the day to approve the tentative millage rate. There's going to be all kinds of time in the budget discussions to further explore all of this.
And
it's
Councilman
very good.
Idle, this is just to set a cap.
That's right.
Not a commitment, it's
That's
just a
right.
cap, and we can't go
That's
over.
exactly right.
And I think the intent of the way the state does this way is it keeps municipalities from getting carried away when you're in the depths of the budget process, where you now have a cap, and that's as much money as you can spend.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So,
Ms. Mayor, I hate to digress, but I do have to correct one thing that Council Adderholt said for clarity purposes and Council Harris in their discussion. In my conversation with Council Allers, what I recommended was that in terms of the town's payment to the county, if the county does a project as a collaborative project, that we keep our payment at $500,000 a year. And the reason I said that is because I'm assuming, at least at this point, subject to negotiation, a worst case scenario that we're going to have to pay for the monthly costs of the power, et cetera. And that's where that theoretical $700,000 a year number could be in play. So we could still be making payments on the system while we're paying for the operation of the lights.
okay.
And if I might, Mr. Adderholt, I just want to say to you, I believe last year I showed my colors on this. I did the same thing last year, and we ended up coming back down to the 0.95. I'm not doing this because I believe in tax increases. I'm doing this because the state forces us into this scenario where we have to set this preliminary millage rate, which in my view is kind of an imaginary thing. It's the preliminary rate. It's not real. It's not what we're really doing. And I don't like to box ourselves in while so many unknowns are still out there. So I hope you understand that I'm not proposing that we increase taxes. I showed my colors last year
No,
by going through this same scenario.
And that's a fair point, but I hope you could be fair too. I've never cast aspersions on this. I've never tried to demagogue this issue. I find this process convoluted and bizarre, and I'm uncomfortable with it, particularly when we can't even have a discussion about prospective needs here before we vote on the millage rate. I think that's what troubles me. If we have I've said numerous times, if we need revenue, I'm happy to support that, but it'd be helpful for the public to show evidence of that need before we formally propose that. I know this is just a proposed millage rate that we could go back to the cap, but I think even to have it go to 0.99 from 0.95, and Councilor Allers was starting to make an attempt to make that argument in terms of the need. I don't think we've been here for 12, I don't have my glasses on, 12 something, 12:02, to spend a few minutes to discuss prospective needs for the town before we discuss a proposed millage rate that, again, always can be reduced. I don't think it's a waste of our time. In fact,
I'm not saying it's a waste of our time either. It's just the discussion had denigrated into types of light bulbs, and it was getting so minute.
I thought it was helpful, quite honestly, but that's fine. I thought this is a new idea. I'm not opposed to the idea. Could very well be a good idea. That's why I'm trying to get a little bit more information on it, because if I could better understand this partnership with the county to properly light Estero Boulevard, I might be willing to support the 0.99, but I think it's important for the public to have some information before we go ahead. Because if we're going to say 0.99, why don't we say why don't we double that? I mean, just for safety purposes. I mean, no, but I mean, it's an absurd exercise, really, but
I agree with you that it's absurd the way the state has this set up.
okay, well, that's fair. That I think you and I are on the same page, but that's why just to give me some peace, I thought it would be helpful to flesh this out a little bit, but if we don't have time to do that,
No,
that's fine.
And I apologize if I was shutting things down to your discomfort, Mr. Adderholt. That was not my intent.
That's okay. I wasn't saying you were. I'm just trying to get some comfort on this.
And- And I wasn't trying to shut it down either, Jim, but this is what it calls for today. And hold on one second. And we did discuss it preliminary. You got the general idea. There'll be plenty more opportunities to discuss this more. The public will invariably be kept informed of this. And any specifics as to these questions, you certainly can't talk to Councilman Allers, but you can talk to the town manager about it. So there'll be plenty of opportunities. And once we get into the budget hearings, there'll be plenty of more opportunities to discuss this. But today, what we're here for is to approve this tentative millage rate. And I think that's what we need to do right now. Mr. Manager, was there something else you want to say?
Yes, I think it's important because, we mentioned the amount of money we have available for new initiatives, but we didn't mention, because we talked about one, I think it's only fair that we quickly mention the others. So we have the charging stations for the electric vehicles at 3 locations. That's on the agenda later. That would be $115,000. We have the beach renourishment. The town share is $3.5 million. We can fund as much or as little as that as the council deems appropriate. We've talked about street lighting, so I won't spend any time on that. We've talked about workforce housing, and we have no specific number assigned to that, but it could be anywhere from, 0 to $6 million, $6.5 million. We've talked about in the past the Bay Oaks furniture, fixtures, and equipment. We talked about the parking app. We have the revenue for it. We just haven't assigned it for the expenditure purposes, and that could be 125 plus $15,000 a year recurring. We've talked in the past about community policing and special detail policing. We've talked about the back of the building. Should we expand the parking lot? We talked about Newton Swings. We talked about a strategic plan update. We've talked about planning to staff up for the improvements we're making at Bay Oaks. We've talked about, I don't know if we talked about this, but I think individually you may have talked to me about it, is the island's overall resiliency and how do we begin to deal with our future of being an island and the rising seawater levels. And then a smaller item, the fishing pier rebuild. So that's the laundry list of things. Our total of that list could, I think you can easily see, could exceed $2.1 million if everything was done next fiscal year. So that being said, the reason for the tentative millage process, just for the public's benefit, is they're going to get a bill, they're going to get a notice in the mail that says if the council goes through and sets the final millage at 0.99, every property owner is going to be able to see what their taxes could theoretically go up. And that provides them with the summer period to write you an email and say, I don't want my taxes to go up 50 or $100 or whatever it is. And you to have the benefit of that consideration in September. So that's why the state set forth this convoluted process where the taxpayers are afforded notice of what the potential increase would be to them over time, so that they have an opportunity to give you impact or give you comments or ideas or whatever you want to call it before you set the final budget in September. So it is a convoluted system, but that's the purpose of it. And Sherry gave you the amount of money that the additional millage would spin off. So you have that, you could add that to the 2 million. And now you know what the theoretical pool of money for initiatives would be. And if you feel that that's not adequate, then you could say, well, let's go above 0.99 to give yourself some more room if you feel the need to do that for discussion purposes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor and a second, and we've discussed it to to approve the vice mayor's recommendation of the tentative millage rate at 0.99. Now is the time, if anybody else wants to exceed that, if anybody else wants a higher tentative millage rate. So hearing none, we'll continue on with this one. So, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye, if I can explain my vote.
Well, that's a little out of order, Councilman, but go ahead.
Right, I won't then.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Look,
I shouldn't say out of order. I should say unusual.
okay, I'll be unusual today. I feel like there ought to be a public we ought to, as a council, I realize this is a state requirement, but we as a council ought to have a format that enables, Roger made an attempt there at the end there to kind of lay out some of the priorities for the prospective year. I think there ought to be a format that we ought to create at some point where we can lay out these priorities for our public. Councilor Alders raised a very legitimate issue today that could come for us regarding the lighting issue. I'd like to have a little bit more of a public discussion and some information about these priorities ahead of time. And again, I think we've all acknowledged this process is a little convoluted. And I just would like a little bit more information about what the town's priorities are and why 0.99. What would be the worst case scenario given our priorities? I want to make sure we create a dynamic where we have to at some point make some tough decisions for the taxpayers. And I know we'll go through that process during the budget process, but this proposed millage rate, which again is just a suggestion, a fallback, if you will, I just think there needs to be more conversation and information before the public, before we cast this type of a vote, given the unique nature of what the state has created before us. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-1. And just for clarification.
Oh, no, I voted for the motion. Yep.
You voted for the motion.
I
So
did,
the-
and I
So the
just
motion carries
Just wanted to
unanimously.
explain my vote.
Okay, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is the playground installation agreement. And this is to waive the town's purchasing policies and procedures for an emergency purchase at the request of the Lee County School District and approve an agreement with Conaderis Builders to serve as the project manager, general contractor to obtain all required permits for the installation of playground equipment and accessory items at Fort Myers Beach Elementary in an amount not to exceed $117,992. An existing piggyback agreement will be amended and lowered $68,000. Is there a motion to approve this request to waive the town's purchasing and procedures policy?
I guess I wanted to hear Roger explain, we're talking about spending money here and public notice of it. I'd like to hear him indicate why this was necessary for the public's benefit.
Go right ahead. Roger?
So this is part of the Bay Oaks redevelopment project, and in an attempt to save money, we found a playground that the school board accepted and arranged for the person who manufactures it to install it. However, the school board, after the fact, came back to us and said that if a contract exceeds $100,000, they require a GC with a bond to be the contracted agent. So what that required us to do is to find a GC who's willing to take on the project or have a forced marriage with a supplier, which is the supplier we picked. We reduced the amount of money that we were paying the playground supplier, and we'll transfer some of that to pay the GC. But as always is the case, the GC always makes a percentage above and beyond what they actually do of all their subcontractors and suppliers. And that exact markup that we were trying to avoid by the rules of the school board, we have to absorb. And that's what this item does.
So Roger, the 68,000, is that going to take away from the 117,000, or is that the total cost The 68,000 on top of that 117.
It's at, the 117 is the total now. It's 118, or just under $118,000 is the total.
And that's after applying that $68,000 savings.
It's not a savings, it's a transfer. We're transferring some expense from, that we were originally, we're gonna pay the equipment manufacturer and installer. They were gonna get $68,000 for their installation. That was being removed from their contract and given to the new installer. They're still just manufacturing the playground.
So how much more is this going to cost us?
Good morning, Council. Jason Freeman, Public Works, for the record. So we originally had a piggyback agreement executed for $249,960 with Schwartz Associates, which was going to cover the purchasing of all the equipment on top of the installation. So we're looking at amending that piggyback agreement down to $181,960, which creates that $68,000 difference, which we can apply towards this contract with Con Ed's. So the $117,992 is for the total installation cost, but we'll have $68,000 that we have from the amended Schwartz contract to use towards that.
50.
So are we getting less?
Correct.
No, we're spending $50,000 to meet the school board's rules.
Right, that's what I'm getting, is it's the 68,000 has become 117,000.
Correct.
Yes.
You pulled 68 out of the 249, but now we're paying an extra, like you said, $50,000
That's correct.
because of the school board's requirements.
Correct.
That's correct.
And we didn't know about these requirements before we entered in the contract with Schwartz?
Well, normally, the answer is no. But it wouldn't have changed anything had we done, because we would have been basically just where we are. We probably would have been exactly where we are today. Other than it would have been wrapped up into one agenda item instead of two. But that being the case, the town, when we do this work, we're trying to save that 50,000, which is why we took that procurement approach. Unfortunately, the school board, for the peace of mind of having a GC oversee the installation, and particularly the bond, you're paying for a bond, that's why you have this increased cost. I mean, personally, I don't really see need for a bond for playground equipment. You know, it comes in, you install it, it's done, but their rules require it.
And it has to be from a GC. It couldn't be from the town. The town couldn't.
Nope, has to be from a GC according to their rules.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
It seems kind of excessive, but, you know, I mean, I guess this is part of the agreement. This is part of that big land swap that we did, right? I mean, this is.
Right, well, this is on, well, it is, but this is on their property, so it's, yeah, it's on the property they retained, so therefore they have the permitting veto power, if you will.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this purchasing policies and procedures, emergency purchase?
I'm going to move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is mooring field expansion construction agreement. This is awarding the mooring field expansion bid to Dock Marine Construction Corporation as the low responsive and responsible bidder in response to ITB-22-11 PW Matanzas Pass mooring field expansion construction in the amount not to exceed $269,454. The town share is up to $138,939, which includes a $67,430 grant match for up to 10 double anchor mooring systems and 9 single anchor mooring systems, and authorize the town manager to negotiate the number and size of systems to be installed, negotiate a final and best offer, and execute a construction agreement with Dock Marine Construction Corporation. Is there a motion to approve this, awarding this to Dock Marine Construction Corp?
I'll move to award this to Dock Marine.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. The next item is E, parking sensors and app. This is to authorize the town manager to waive the town's procurement policies and procedures and to negotiate a best and final offer and execute a sole source agreement with Civic Smart in the amount of $119,688 with a recurring monthly fee of $1,320 for a parking app and installation of individual parking space sensors. Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to waive the town's procurement policies and procedures?
I'll move.
It's been moved. Is there a second? I'll second. Discussion?
I'll just say that I did a little research into this, and the Civic Smart, they have sensors that are pole mounted. A lot of them are in the ground. I talked to the parking guy at Colorado Springs about their use of them because they were mentioned in the Civic Smart website. And they did say that they've been working with it for a long time, but as a few years ago, they were having a hard time getting these. And I mentioned that to the town manager. So I think that there'd be provision that I'm sure there's some kind of performance issues in here if they don't, clauses that if they don't provide the sensors, then we can, get out of the contract. But the product seems good. And what the Colorado Springs does, they use an aggregator. So they have like everything from parking garages where they don't need individual sensors to street parking where they need the sensors. But then they have, I think, the parking spot they use to bring all those different things together for one app to show it all the different parking options. So even with Civic Smart, there may be a possibility down the road that we want to engage with an aggregator to bring all the disparate parking into one thing.
The reason we're recommending Civic Smart to you all is for the specific reason that they have a pole mounted sensor. And the reason why that we think that's important is A, it's less of a maintenance issue than something that's in the ground. And B, that affords us the opportunity that any private parking lot who would like to collaborate with us by buying the same sensor system, we can incorporate their parking spots availability into our app. Some of the parking lots that we have, don't have one way in, one way out. They have a shared entrance and exit. So therefore you have to have a sensor for each spot. And most of them do not have asphalt parking lots in some cases. So you can't even put a sensor in them. So this affords us the best opportunity to get every parking spot in an app should the private sector want to partner with us.
So Roger, could you take a second and explain sort of the broader vision? It sounds like what I'm hearing is that we'll be able to, with respect to the town's parking spots, be able to create an app where the public would be able to be aware of parking availability at any particular time, any particular town lot, whether it's real time, whether spots available.
Yes, sir.
That's excellent. So the business model then is to incent the private sector to join in with this by then participating with utilizing the same company at their cost. But the advantage then to the private sector then would be that they would be then incorporated into this app. So when a resident or a tourist coming to Fort Myers Beach is searching for parking availability, their lot would then be on the app as well, thereby producing an incentive for them to purchase this software and install it into their lot. Is that fair?
Well, the advantage would be that we would pay the monthly cost for their spots. They would just have to pay for the sensor to be installed in their parking spot.
The installation of the sensor for their spot. So we'd pay the broader overall cost of maintaining the service.
Right.
And the hope is, and I assume the vendors confirm this, is that the private sector would then buy into this because obviously they would want to be listed on the app. So residents and tourists would look to them for availability as they search the island for parking. Is that fair?
Well, I think that the opportunity will exist for them to be able to tell a person to, hey, come to my lot because I have spaces available, versus, playing hide and go seek for looking for a parking spot.
That's kind of the general theme of what we talked about probably a year ago. So when somebody
That's my understanding of what you wanted us to do.
Yeah, I think that's excellent. So somebody coming over that bridge for the first time, if they have this app, they'll be able to see which lots have parking available, where they are. And theoretically, they won't have to go wander around the island for 45 minutes, creating traffic and congestion and other issues. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay, that's excellent. I think that's great.
I have a question. That all sounds good, but how does this information get pushed out? They have to actually download the app in order to get this information, correct?
Yes.
I think we're making a $120,000 assumption that someone from Tampa or Miami or Orlando is going to take the time to look up that there is an app, download the app before they get here. Most people, like myself, if I go someplace and they have a parking app that I have to pay, you'll download the app just so that you're there so you can pay it. But I don't see anybody, I don't see the majority of people downloading or looking up an app to tell them if there's parking before they get here. I could be wrong, but I think it's a $120,000 assumption at this point that just because the information's out there that people, one, are going to download the app and use it. Hopefully they would, because I think it would work. But I just don't know, especially with some of the decisions that were made by the governor and some of the things that we talked about today, that it's the right time now to spend the $120,000 on something that we don't necessarily know is going to work. I don't know that it would benefit. I don't know that we get the benefit out of it.
You know, I would, part of the idea of increasing the parking rates was to do this. And the idea is for traffic, alleviating some traffic, because every one of us has been on the street when someone's looking around for parking. And we also have a captive audience, because 3-4 months of the year, it's a parking lot coming onto the island. You could put a sign out somewhere along the way saying, you know, when you get to the island, you're going to want a place to park, download the app. And if, you know, like the other step too is if there's some people who have a lot that maybe is not conducive to this or they can't get into, there's also aggregators. We could go the next step to be able to include more of the private lots.
I guess I would feel more comfortable with spending the money after we talk to some of these private lots to see what the willingness is for them to participate, because that could be a big changer of whether or not it would be worth it in my eyes. I think if we had 100% of the private parking lots willing to jump on board and be part of it, that would be a big difference. But right now we don't know. We're just assuming it's the town only lot. So it's not that I don't think it's a good idea, and it's not that I don't think it'll work. It's just, it's a lot of money to spend at this time when I think we have other things that are more important.
I would think about, well, one thing is I think that, because this is something, is also a potential income generator because you get better utilization for your parking. Particularly think about the parking lots out here at Town Hall. I've been here on Sundays or Saturdays and nobody's there because no one seems to know that it's beach parking when all the beach access lots can be pretty full. So this app would show those parking spaces available. That'll be better utilization and more income to offset the cost. Even without, you know, even not even counting the benefit of traffic and the potential for the private people to use it.
I guess a couple of comments I'd make at this point is that A, we told people we were planning on doing this. We designated which money we were going to spend on it. And we are following through with what we indicated that we were going to do. B, people always say, why aren't you doing something about the traffic? And what I always say to people is, there's not going to be one solution that solves our traffic problem. It's going to be little bites at the apple in different areas. I think that it is going to take some time for people to catch on to start using this, but I think ultimately it will become very popular, and I think that it will help with traffic. And I think that's what people want us to do, is to try some things to help with traffic.
And Madam Vice Mayor, I don't disagree with anything you just said. But sometimes circumstances change, and it's not saying that it would go away forever. I just think at this time, I don't think that's the best use of that money. But I agree that it would probably work over time. I just don't think now is the right time to spend that money on that.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion?
No.
The motion carries 4-1 with Councilman Allers dissenting. Okay. The next one is EV charging stations. This is to approve resolution number 22-26, authorizing the town manager to enter into a piggyback contract with ChargePoint, Inc. to install level 3 dual EV charging stations at Times Square, Center Street, and level 2 dual EV charging stations at Newton Park and Town Hall in an amount not to exceed $122,139.75.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask that we take a recess briefly, that we could grab some food, because I understand we have food here. And I don't think that we are going to plow through the rest of our agenda in any near amount of time. We still have all the town manager items to discuss. We all have all the council member items to discuss. If you want to come right back in, I'm willing to eat here at my microphone, but I'd like to have the opportunity to go get a sandwich or something.
Does everybody else feel the same way?
I'd like, since we have a lot of folks waiting back there, I like the vice mayor's idea of just bringing it down here because it respects people's time that have waited all this time and it also takes care of the sustenance needs that.
That's fine with me.
For us, but not them.
That's true. Well, maybe I'll split my sandwich with somebody if they need help. Yeah.
Well, if you can talk with a loaded mouth, I guess we could do that. Okay, Madam Clerk, you want to arrange to bring that down here?
I would like to go get it so that I can put,
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, we might as well just break then. Okay, it's 12:27. We'll try to reconvene in 20 minutes or so. Half an hour, whatever it takes.
so we're not bringing the food down?
Well, I don't know. Do you want to bring the food down here and eat down here?
It's fine with me, whatever everybody wants to do.
I'm not gonna eat anyway, so.
Yeah,
not
I
gonna
would, I think.
Okay, bring your food. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. It's 12:40. Council is stuffing their faces as we speak, but be that as it may, we're still on the parking sensors and app discussion, or did we finish that?
Finish that.
Finish that. We're on the chargers discussion. I read this already. Was there a motion? I don't, where are we? Is there a motion?
I have
No
a
mo-
question.
I have a
I think
question.
we're just starting it.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor, you have a question?
Under why the action is necessary, it mentions the Mound House, but then elsewhere, it doesn't mention any place that these would be at the Mound House, and,
No, it's not it shouldn't have said Mound House, it's a typographical
Okay, that's
mistake.
what I-
It should be
Newton Park?
Newton Park, Times Square, and here at Town Hall, on the 3 locations.
okay, so cross out Mound House entirely. I thought maybe you were going to put them in the Connecticut Street parking lot.
Right now, that's not really a town parking lot per se. It's only used for overflow for the Mound House,
Okay.
but that's something we could talk about in the future.
No, I'm not advocating it. I was wondering why that was mentioned that way. And I know the parking at the Mound House itself is so limited, I would hate to see it used up with people charging their cars. So I appreciate that that's removed. Thank you. That was my concern.
I just had a quick question, Roger, and I'm not trying to micromanage here, but I'm just curious as to why I thought potentially we were going to split this between this vendor and FP&L, which had no upfront charges at all. Just curious as to what your decision process was on that.
I don't believe it was my decision. I believe it was the council's decision not to go with FP&L.
I think FPNL,
want
the
to-
contract was really one-sided.
So if you want us to revisit that, we're more than happy to do that. But
No, I just was curious. I didn't remember the council making a definitive decision on that. I think we're just going to I thought we were yielding that to you, and that's fine. I just didn't know if you had if you're doing it because of the council,
that's my understanding of the way the council direction, but I'll stand corrected.
No, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. I just was curious if there was something you learned through your due diligence that would be of interest to us, but that's fine. I'll just let it go.
Yeah, just to summarize, since you mentioned it, Counselor, there were some legal concerns raised by Mr. Herron, and the FPNL representative said sort of our contract is our contract, and we have this contract with a variety of other people, and therefore we don't change it for one, because then we have to start doing individual changes for everybody. And then, of course, they made the money to recover their investment in terms of selling the electricity. So that was the other concern that I heard raised.
Okay, thank you.
So is there a motion to approve Resolution 22-26?
I would move to approve Resolution 22-26.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Further discussion?
Now, do we anticipate this is going to be much of an income driver or just a service?
I hope it'll be an income driver, but I'm not counting on it. I just don't know, right now, electric vehicles seem to be very popular option in terms of the waiting list to get one, but whether that'll continue, probably if I knew that, I'd be working somewhere else.
I would say there was just if people are interested in this. There was a great article in the Wall Street Journal just a couple days ago about a couple folks who rented a vehicle, an electric vehicle from Chicago, drove to New Orleans, and just discussed what often is referred to as range anxiety, just the ability to go on long trips because there's just not enough infrastructure in place. And I mean, this is clearly coming, and I think this is a nice service to our residents and our visitors. We're not quite there yet, but clearly, if you look at the trends with the auto manufacturers, this is coming down the highway, and for us to be in front of the curve, preparing for it, I think is wise, and I think this will be a good service for our community.
One of the concerns that sort of raised our exploring this provide this service, was that we were getting called by individual multi-residential buildings and saying, we have people on property in our building with electric vehicles, and sort of how do we address that? So we just thought that we better to have, these are places that people might come to and go do something for an hour or 2 hours while their vehicle is being charged, and not necessarily have to have charging stations at each and every condominium, multifamily building up and down Astoria Boulevard.
And hopefully over time, it'll improve our quality of life down here with less fumes in the air and so forth and so on. Okay, is there any objection to the motion?
Yeah, I'm going to say no, just for the same reasons. I think that I'm all in favor of being innovative and being ahead of the curve, but I think that there's better uses for this 122,000 at this time. But I think it's going to be a needed thing eventually.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1 with Councilman Allers dissenting. Okay, the next item is ITB-22-14-UT bid rejection. This is to authorize the town manager to reject bids and solicit new bids for ITB-24-14-UT Tier 1 water and stormwater improvements pursuant to Section 2-48A11 of the Town Code, which states an invitation for bid may be canceled, or any and all bids or proposals may be rejected in whole or in part or without cause. Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to reject and solicit new bids?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Let's hope it's a fluke.
Exactly. Okay, this is final public comment.
I have nobody signed up.
Any of you gentlemen, ladies, anybody? No? Okay. We'll move on. Town manager's items.
Okay, so a couple of things. One is that we're starting the process to do an RFP for the town private firm to serve as the town's auditor for the next couple of years. The staff, with the council's consent and approval, is going to let the audit committee review the proposal packages and forward a recommendation through the staff to the council. So unless you have any objection to that, that would be the process that we're going to be followed. And it's my understanding that's in conformance with the state statute.
No objection here. Anybody else?
Nope.
Okay. The next thing is we received a request from FDOT with regard to, as they begin to plan for the downtown road realignment project, or the loop, or whatever you would like to call that. They're asking us about our fencing option. They have two proposals. One is a black vinyl fence, and the other is more of a aluminum picket fence. I could pass out photographs.
Where does this go?
This is gonna go around the property of the Lee Tram storage area, which is, I guess, the northeastern part of southwestern part of Seafarers.
So the area adjacent to
Here's a picture of where it's going. You want to take a look at it? Pass it around.
to Margaritaville.
Yes,
Are they giving us a choice here, Roger?
yes. My recommendation would be the top, but
I strongly support your recommendation.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do too.
I would agree.
okay, so we will advise them that it would be the picket style fence.
Yeah, for anybody listening, it's a black aluminum fencing, just in case you see
Yeah.
the top, but they can't see this. So.
Yeah, it's either chain link or picket style.
It's something ugly versus something more
Well,
attractive.
isn't that what's kind of there now? Is that same type of fencing?
Yes, I believe it is. Okay, so then on the agenda, there's, I mentioned the notice of improvement to properties in the vicinity of Bayside Park. I think about a month or so ago, I probably talked mentioned this to you all individually that we're working on it, and I just wanted to report back the outcome. So unless there's any questions, I'll move on to the next item.
You're talking about the memorandum.
Yes,
With the dinghy docks and so forth?
yes, sir.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, you may want to, well, I would just like to publicly thank the property owners there for stepping up and doing that. And, Jim and Debbie Figurado.
Yes, so, well, so we were able to work collaboratively with them to address a future need that we have in town as we expand the mooring field as was approved today by town council. We'll need more capacity for dinghy docks. Also, the council has mentioned a desire to have a marginal dock connecting the dock from or along, I guess it's Nervous Nellies and Stug Harbor to make that connection. So Mr. Figueroa is going to step forward and do that for us.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Mr. Town Manager, I think you're underselling what you just tried to articulate here. Would you just take it from the top for the public who might still be suffering and listening to
Still
this?
on their lunch?
Still listening to this? Because I think there's a pretty big development in terms of Bayside Park, and it's a really enhanced, it's a really a wonderful enhancement to Bayside Park. Would you just kind of start from the top and explain what's going to be happening to what will soon be connected or near Bayside Park?
Right. So one of our concerns is how do we balance the need for additional dinghy dock capacity for people in our mooring field and other members of the public who are on their boats who want to come to the St. Carlos area Old St. Carlos area by boat, versus having a Baywalk style area alongside in front of Bayfront Park, or Bayside Park. And so we were fortunate that we were straddled by one property owner, and we were able to talk with him to work out a way where we can create both additional dinghy capacity as well as the continuity of walkway, but yet not interfere with his business operations. And over, I'm going to say about a 2-month period or longer of working on this, we were able to reach an agreement, which he's going to pay for the construction of those two amenities. We're going to pay for the permitting and adjust our state land lease permits accordingly. And the net effect of that is after the permits are received, he's committed to build those structures within 9 months. And so we'll have a walkway where you can walk through Nervous Nellies in front of Bayfront Park into Snug Harbor. And we will have capacity for additional dinghies under the foot of the bridge.
So you'll in essence have a San Antonio-like river walk for at least that part of in front of Bayside Park.
Well, maybe on a slightly smaller scale.
Trying to hype this a little bit, Roger.
No, I think it's something that we've been, I know it's been talked about for a long time. When I was on Crab, we were talking about it, just to have that walk so that people can go and experience the bay on a more intimate level. And I think it's good for the businesses because people walk along those boardwalks, see a restaurant. Great, that's a good place to go. Now, does this would this eliminate us being able to build any additional dockage off of the platform from Bayfront Park?
Well, what we've committed is if because of the additional dinghy docks needs, our immediate needs for the unforeseeable future are met. So unless that paradigm changes, the answer to your question is yes.
So it eliminates a need, but as part of your agreement, it doesn't eliminate our ability to.
Well, we've committed not to do it unless the paradigm shifts dramatically. So I would say that we pretty much promised we're not going to need to do that right now because I don't see any opportunities to further expand the mooring field. So
unless I know there's talks about having a public dock for people in regular boats or water taxis or that kind of
yeah, that won't fit there. We've looked at all that. None of that will fit. So the handshake part of the deal is with me at least is that we're not going to be having that finger off the marginal dock in front of Bayside Park.
And when this does happen eventually, the other thing that was talked about a lot is coming up with a series of interpretive signs along the dock, maybe something historical, talking about, you know, the history of our island as they walk along the dock as an option.
Well, so, how we sign it and what we put there, that'll be something that'll fall to the town once the dock is installed.
Anything else, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, so, I alluded to it earlier, but I did want to mention that, as part of the manager's items, we did show you a calculation of how we came to the $2.1 million of money for initiatives and a potential list of projects. And of course, you got the council's pretty much set the revenue side of the equation, but the expenditure side of the equation in terms of the items and or the allocations for items or new items are, of course, still open or remain open throughout the budget process culminating in September.
Roger,
I'm sorry. I don't know if you skipped this intentionally or if I'm lost. There's a couple of letters about rejoining the urban county agreement.
No, I was going to get to that next.
Okay, I'll hold my question then. Go ahead.
I just had a question about the deductions for the cost and inflation, or cost for inflation. Again, that seems very vague to me. What specifically, what does that mean?
Okay, so we are trying to hold our, right now, those revenue sources are going to the general fund. So when they have a surplus, that surplus would roll over to the council. But before it rolled over to the council, our inflationary costs would come out of that number. And that's what those two things represent. Or we're going to have to raise our millage rate just for the town paying more for electricity and more for gas and more for everything else. So we're using those two revenue sources to avoid property tax increases. And we're putting the surplus available for initiatives. But if you want to put the whole amount towards initiatives, then we have to raise the millage rate to accommodate inflation on our operations.
Oh, I was just curious. I mean, when you explained it, that makes sense. And gas is more expensive, all that. I get that. I just wanted a little more clarity as to what inflation means.
Right. So what we're trying to do is recognize that unfortunately we pretty much have some amount of inflation every year that we have to address. And and rather than us just giving you a lower number, I wanted to be transparent about it. So I wanted to show you the fact that we are taking some of the available revenue for inflationary purposes, and the rest we're setting aside for your initiative programs.
Now, since we're on these kind of that part of the sheet here, you have a thing here that says plus new lot.
Right. So we'll recognize that I believe on July 1st, thereabouts, the Canal Street parking lot, which is yet to be named, that was being built on town's behalf by TPI of Margaritaville, will be open and available for the public's use. And we think that in a full fiscal year, I believe it's going to spin off roughly $250,000 in revenue.
Okay, so that's nothing for the town hall parking.
The town hall parking is just in our general revenue escalation part of that. We didn't cut that out because frankly, as you mentioned earlier, it's lightly used.
Right, but with the parking app, maybe it'd be a way of.
Maybe, but that's pretty speculative at this point in time.
All right.
Is that TPI lot, $250,000 a year projected, is that already built into the budget?
Well, it's going, right now it's being shown to fund initiatives.
Okay, so it's already been applied to the initiatives though?
It's applied to the new revenue that's available to initiatives.
So it hasn't been applied to anything until we decide.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Anything else? All right, so the last item,
Well, I just want to point out something on revenues. I
Okay.
said this in the name of transparency, is a short-term rental fee. I'm going to propose an additional fee per bedroom on that. And I think that with that fee, my projections say that a project, if all that money is applied to workforce housing, then it would be feasible to do a project like we've been talking about with the one down south, by borrowing against that. I mean, it would roughly cover the costs.
I
And
guess
as,
it-
and as we said before, when I proposed the short-term rental increase and the parking fees, they were for some very specific things. And the parking was specifically for the app and the combination to have money for cost overruns for our big projects. And as we can see from every time some big project comes up, it costs more than we had budgeted for. So I think I just really want to caution looking at this money and saying, look at all the stuff we can do with this, including lowering our taxes and fees until we get through the price shock of these projects that we're working on now.
Vice Mayor.
The only thing I wanted to add is you made reference to the building, I believe that I had mentioned previously about affordable housing. And I just wanted to say for the record that I got a lot of feedback about that. And people did not take it in the way it was intended. I just want to say for the record, I gave that building as an example, not because I was advocating that particular building be used. It's an example. And there is at least one other commercial property that I know of that's vacant and been for sale for a long time that I'm not going to mention specifically so that no one overreacts again. There are other possibilities out there as well of buildings that are already built that have remained empty and would be possible for future projects.
And I totally agree. I think that just from a business standpoint, that if we have the will to go forward with something, that we should empower the staff to go through and look at all the different options, and come back to the council with different options instead of just one.
Am I to assume that the feedback you got was negative?
No, it was that everybody was fixated on that particular building, and then the owner of the building said that the price was immovable because that person got the impression that this town council was going to buy their building. So that's what I want to make a point that no,
Right.
that was an example of a building.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Governments don't run that fast.
okay, so then, some members of council may recall, we sort of got out of the community development business because we really didn't have, a real project in a true sense to participate in very administrative, management-heavy federal process. However, as the council has begun to talk about workforce housing, I think we now potentially do if the council goes forward and decides they want to do something. So therefore, we're recommending that we get sort of back into the community development, the U.S. federal community development process, so that we will potentially have some funds for workforce housing if we, find a property and decide to move forward with a project. So we have some letters that I, with council's consent, I'll send to the county, basically saying that rather than giving our money to them, we want it to continue to be set aside we want it to be set aside for us in the future for our use for potentially workforce housing or other projects that the council deems appropriate.
And my question is, we had a former finance director who got us out of a program that he said cost us more to comply with all the paperwork involved than the $30,000 we got out of it. Is this the same program?
It is. It was 20,000 if I remember correctly. And yes, you're
It was
correct.
28,000. That's why
Okay.
I said 30.
Okay.
So we will now be able to go back and maybe get that 20-some thousand dollars for the Bay Oaks after-school program and the Beach Baptist after-school program?
If that's what you would like us to do, I think our position in terms of the administration for that versus as a piece of a larger multi-million-dollar affordable housing project may tip the scales, but that'll be
I
your
just thought,
choice.
once we got back in, maybe part of the paperwork was duplicative and therefore it would be more cost-effective and worthwhile to go after that money.
Well, I think what the former director was kind of saying is for $28,000, if for $28,000 for a $28,000 project, there was a lot of work, but for $28,000 for a multi-million-dollar project, it may be worth the paperwork. So that's why we're recommending us jumping back in the pool.
Okay, I just wanted to know it is the same program, and so there are other possibilities.
Same funding source, not
Yes.
necessarily the exact same program.
What
So we have-
additional,
I'm sorry.
sorry, what additional resources would you need as far as staffing to be able to jump back in this pool?
Well, it'll be further demands on our financial staff to administer that paperwork if we receive money and use it for a program. So the problem with the federal grants per se is that they don't have sort of administrative thresholds that if it's less than this amount of money, you have to do this, and if it's more than this amount of money, you have to do much more stuff. They have the same amount of paperwork required whether you get $1 or whether you get $100 million. So as you get less money for a smaller project, you have to evaluate whether it's worth the time, effort, and energy to receive that money and administer it versus, if you have a larger project and it's part of that and you need it to support that larger project in perpetuity, do you put that staffing resource hours into it? And I think what we're saying is for a project like workforce housing, we cross that line. For a after-school type program, maybe not. And that's why we got out of it a couple of years ago.
I guess I was more asking, could the current staff handle that extra workload should it be needed? Or would you need to have an additional staff member to consider?
I don't know if, I would say this, we would definitely have to upgrade the staff, and that might just be taking an existing employee and getting someone with more credential experience versus adding a whole new body. I would hope to be the former, not the latter.
All right. So let's memorialize this. Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to rejoin the Urban County Cooperation Agreement to collaborate with Lee County to potentially receive HUD funding?
I would move that we should authorize the town manager to send those 2 letters to rejoin.
Very good.
I would second.
And moved and second. Any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
That's it right now.
So in your initiatives list, with the veto, the governor's veto of the Times Square money, is that now we're going to need another $1 million to complete that project?
Well, it definitely will impact our total project number. How can I don't want to say that we don't need it. But I do think that we will need additional money now that obviously we didn't anticipate because we thought the governor would support the legislature's budget, but we'll have to see what that means.
And now, was that the grant that was dictating the timing for the this?
No, there's two state funding sources. One of them is through FDOT administering their federal money, which is the LAP program. That money becomes available in July.
Okay. So that's
And this money that was theoretically going to be able to come available in July. So where we theoretically sit is in the next legislative session, which runs from January to June of 23, we can apply again we could try to retool our project and apply again for our Times Square and see how that falls out. See if we can get it through the legislature like we did this year, and perhaps next year get it funded through by the governor as well. So I'm not, so because of that, I'm not saying we have a insurmountable problem today. We may have a problem that we're gonna have to find some more money, but right now, today, we're not there yet.
And I remember you were delaying the start of the project because I guess it was the lap funding that you.
Well, both, it was both.
Okay. Mr. Town Attorney, do you have anything today?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just one update on the code enforcement litigation
Yes.
that the town council had previously authorized. We expect to file those lawsuits this week and begin serving the defendants sometime next week.
You're talking about the properties that we had liens on and
Foreclosing on the liens?
foreclosing on the liens?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
That's it for me.
All right. Next item is council members' items. We'll start with you, Councilman Veach.
All right, I noticed that there's an item here for resiliency. You know, I'm the liaison for the resiliency cooperative, and we had another meeting. It was interesting as far as they're finally coming to some of the the teeth of why these people are why we're getting together and talking about it. It seems pretty clear that a lot of future funding is going to be based on vulnerability assessments that everybody does. And those vulnerability assessments will go through and look at sea level wise, different storm scenarios and figure out where vulnerable property is. Of course, pretty much you can tell our entire island is vulnerable. Then from that, and the county is doing a vulnerability assessment. Although my understanding is it's like a 18-month project where it's some time. When the last meeting we had some people come in front of the committee that had done this from the East Coast. One was a group of like 4 counties that got together and they basically pooled their resources to do their assessments and to do projects that were dictated from that. Another one was just a bunch of small municipalities that had a contiguous area but very complicated borders that got together and pooled their money to do a vulnerability assessment to save money. I understand that Sanibel is going through their vulnerability assessment. There may be a decision at some point to say whether or not we want to pool with somebody else like Sanibel or Bonita for expediency, with the possibility that maybe we can get into a budget, a grant cycle sooner, or maybe get more money out of it, or whether we want to wait for the county and go with them. The possibility, the items that are considered to be covered by resiliency type grant to be marinas, stormwater treatment and pump stations, water utilities, communication facilities, community centers, emergency ops centers, town hall, parks, shorelines, so et cetera, historical things. So potentially the Mound House, town hall, if we want to do something with the remodeling that we can consider be an op center for in the event there's a major storm that we built to withstand it, all those things that are kind of coming up. So I assume that Roger, this resiliency study consultant, is someone who would help us guide through that process.
Yes and no.
Okay.
What the folks I talked to in Tallahassee are basically saying is that as the state government sets aside money for resiliency projects, they want sort of a way to get into the room is going to be that you have to have a resiliency study done. And or else you're going to be precluded for applying for that group of grants. So if that's really going to be a hard door that we have to walk through, we have to get that resiliency study done. And it's just really a matter of, do we do it on our own, get it done? Do we try to do it through a collaboration with somebody, which, if we shared a shoreline with them or whatever would make sense, but since we're an island unto ourselves, I don't really know what the benefit would be to that. But to get it done so that we have a pass to get into the room where these grants are theoretically going to be handed out. And that's why we're recommending your consideration of that as you deal with the initiative money that'll be available for 23. It'd be our hope that we would get someone on board in October and have it done by December so that we could be in the next possible grant cycle.
And a big part of the first step in that is a vulnerability assessment, right? So that's
part of that.
right. Okay.
Would it make sense that we reach out to Sanibel to see if there would be any cost savings in doing one with the same provider?
Well, we could reach out to them. There's no harm in trying to do that. I could talk to their town manager, Dana Souza, who I know, and see if there's that opportunity. I think they're going to be under the same situation as we're going to be in, which is they're probably also going to want it done by the end of the calendar year if they don't have it done, if they're not already making progress on it already. To the extent that might say, well, we can get one of you done and not both of you done by then, who gets done first type of thing, but short of that, sure.
Yeah, and my understanding, because I would say most of the people who were there were staff. There was, some elected officials, but most of them are staff. And talking to them, and the ones that have gone through this experience where they went together, is that for a lot of the providers, most of the work is done anyway. And it's a matter of going through and putting in the different assets that maybe be covered. So the cost saving was pretty significant by joining together with somebody. But again, this is a different situation. We're separate islands. So, but it's certainly worth, I think, investigating, like you said, having a conversation and see if it's to our mutual benefit to join up.
Yeah, I mean, it's potentially a $50,000 item. So while there may be some economy of scale, it's not going to be, significant dollars.
So is that what you think the vulnerability assessment would be, is 50,000, or just for this consultant to be organizing it all?
No, for them to get it done for us so that we have a pass into the grant room.
Yeah, okay.
Well, if you're going to ask Sanibel, you might as well ask the city of Bonita Springs too.
Well, we could ask anybody you'd like us to ask, but
Well, those
again,
would be the two that would make
we're going to try to get it done in 90 days. So, we're going to be on a pretty fast track if we're going to try to be available to get into the grant room on January 1st.
Anything else, Bill?
No, that's pretty much it.
Tim?
Nothing additional. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor, you're welcome.
I guess the first thing I want to bring up is the concern of the beach vendors about the language that's in the statute that we couldn't change today because it hadn't been advertised as part of the issue. And the way I was looking at it, that because we can't change it or deal with it today, that we discuss, and I'm not taking a position here, that we discuss some kind of grace period, maybe of enforcement while we work with individual vendors, because everybody's got a different situation about moving their beach furniture. So for example, one of the vendors is already working with the property owner on doing a dune. It would seem appropriate that we provide them a grace period while they accomplish that. And I guess what I'd like to see is whether my fellow council members are on board with doing it this way, while we look at whether we need to change that wording in the statute or not.
The first question I would say, is this a grace period or people who are making an effort and
Yes.
taking, as
Yes.
opposed to people just want to wait and see what we decide?
Exactly. People that come to us with
Plan.
ideas or a plan that they don't get ticketed while they're working with us. If someone is not contacting us at all and not working with us, then I would certainly not be as lenient.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, I think so.
I concur.
I agree.
Okay.
Good.
I hope that takes care of your concerns temporarily, at least. The other thing I wanted to mention, I've heard from several emails from property owners in that section of the beach who are saying that they don't want to take part in the sand beach breeder nourishment project. They bring up that they would like to have permission to use a specific type of box blade. The thing that I want to mention is that that part of the beach is one that I'm quite familiar with because I go out there and walk it several times a week. And I want my fellow council members to know that there is a private beach access, which belongs to Sandpiper Village, which goes right through that section. And they have for years been raking it. I can see the tracks go through it. So I would not be inclined to go along with allowing them to use this type of raking at this present time, because they're raking right over other people's property. And I know that there has to be some awareness that this beach access is out there because I regularly go out and tell the vendors' employees, not the vendors themselves, but the vendors' employees, that they are putting chairs across the beach access. There's an area there that's supposed to be open all the way to the beach. So
I think that now, maybe since Chad's here, box blades are currently not allowed on the beach.
Come on up, Chad. There's a big difference between raking and box blading.
Morning, Chad Schutz. My understanding from the code, and I can look at it again to confirm it, is that box blades only with an FDEP permit and the consent of the town manager.
and what I'm saying is, I don't want to go that direction at all because they're not behaving well with the current thing that they're allowed to do with raking. They're raking right across other people's beach accesses.
And I think I agree, but there's also other reasons why you don't want to use a box blade. They're further destructive to the natural part of the beach. They take up any of the structure underneath, including like a lot of the creatures that live in it. They're basically thought to be, I think they're only really used in emergency situations like after big storm events, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've asked the coastal engineer that we have consulting with us to give his opinion and the pros and cons of that. So you should have something very shortly to give you some feedback on that.
We're gonna attach it to your report for.
Is the coastal engineer looking at the broader arguments that a lot of those condos are making, as well as just the box blade issue? I mean, it's a broader conversation.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
The short answer is yes, but,
Because they raise a number of issues aside from the box blade issue that I'd
well,
be interested in
well,
your perspective on.
with all due respect to them, they're trying to get as many of the advantages of being in the town's program without being in the town's program. So we're gonna have our consultant opine upon that and share that information with you, and you all can consider it and give us direction at that point.
And since Chad's up here, even though I know I went past my thing, so what's the status with the declaration of the beach, calling it critically eroded in the south?
My understanding is everything's going to remain the same for the next annual report from FDEP, which means approximately from so Bowditch to Lanark or somewhere around that S curve is critically eroded, and then the critical wildlife area is designated as critically eroded, but there won't be any additions or subtractions from that list for Estero Island.
So the critical wildlife area in Leonard Arms and everywhere where the UCL is, right? Lanark up to the north.
It mostly overlaps. I think either the ECL or the critically eroded designation may extend a little bit further, but.
All right. Okay,
So,
thanks.
Chad, real quick, just one of the comments they had mentioned about that 198 to 202, I think they had mentioned, Bill, that you had replied to them that the critically eroded designation was removed from that section. Is that correct?
Right, so the town was requesting that critically eroded designation in order to qualify for funding. My understanding from talking with FDEP staff is the feedback they got from the property owners over there. They are not going to do any change, so there's no changes, therefore it is not going to be designated as critically eroded, and therefore we will not qualify for funding for that section of shoreline.
Okay, thank you.
Chad, just forgive me, I'm a little slow on this. So if it's not going to be designated critically eroded, it just impacts that area with respect to funding?
Yes, sir.
And so it doesn't impact adversely the other areas of the beach that need renourishment?
Correct.
So if that is indeed the case, does that address the majority of those particular condos' concerns? The fact that it won't be designated critically eroded?
I think it speaks to one of their concerns. I don't know if that's all of their concerns.
Okay, but the engineer is going to be opining on all of that, I guess, to your point, Roger?
Yes.
I'm just trying to better
Well,
understand the
well,
issue, yeah.
I think we should all, including Chad and myself, we're paying this person for their expertise, so we should get their opinion in, so we have a basis of our discussion rather than speculate.
That'd be great. That would be helpful.
Anything else?
I had one last thing, and this is more minor and process oriented. I believe that it is in our handbook that when people give public comment that we're not supposed to interact with them. And there's a really good reason for that. Well, actually, there's many good reasons for it. One, makes the 3 minutes turn into 15 minutes sometimes. But it also gives the impression to people that have come and given public comment to us that we're more interested in what some folks have to say than what other people have to say. I understand that on the rare occasion, someone is there with a unique piece of information that we want to get, and a very tiny question that's very narrowly tailored can be a reason for an exception to the rule. But, and I don't want the mayor to feel like I'm talking to him, because we've all been doing it. We've all been interacting with people during public comment and asking them questions and things. And it's really not an appropriate part of the process. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that.
Well, some of the stuff's already gotten covered, but I just wanted to go back to what I talked about a little bit with the lighting. Now that we've made it all through this, I just not looking for anybody to give me a yes or no by any means, but I would like to be able to go back to the county with either we're willing to continue to discuss the proposal that I talked about, working with the county, or that we're 100% not, so that they can continue on with their design, or hold off until we make a decision one way or another. You know, just looking at the numbers here, that new lot with some of the money that could be possibly used from the road impact fees. I mean, there's a fairly good chance that we could put some money towards that, solve a problem that we've all been dealing with, obviously, for 6 years or longer, and put an end to something that most feel is the most important part of the island, most important issue facing the island right now. So I guess I'm just looking for, is there a consensus to at least consider talking about it as we move forward with the budgeting?
My opinion would be that I'm always in favor of continuing talking as long as we're making progress. But I would say that with the caveat that I would like to see all of this set out in writing so that I can sit down and look at it. And you were throwing a lot of numbers out today that I can't absorb without having them in front of me. So I'd like to have that on a future MMP. Okay. But of course, in the meantime, if we're continuing to make progress, of course, continue to talk. That would be my opinion.
And I think it's a good initiative that you did, Dan. Hats off to you. But I also think that, you know, there's a pretty big difference between putting in new poles and trying to get ahead of the FP&L approval of the fixture, and then using existing poles. I mean, some of our figures said that, you know, our tariff could go from like it'd be $150,000 a year as opposed to $700,000 a year for 7 years to get them paid for. So, you know, there's quite a bit of difference in just money, and then it has a real budgeting concerns.
Yeah,
Those are
and I
my big
understand,
questions.
and I think that the county understands that as well. But there's going to be a design process. So, you know, they said 7 months for just the crosswalks. Well, that's a long time, but obviously it'd be longer. They'd have to redesign for the entire boulevard to meet that. So there's going to be time, I would think, to be able to find out definitively if that fixture is going to be something that FPO will allow to put on their poles. So that's why when we discussed it, I wanted to discuss worst case scenario numbers based on what they gave me, so that it can only get better from there. So that's kind of why I tried to approach it that way. But I think it's a solution that could work for everybody. It could put an end to a need that we all know is there, that could work for everyone. So again, I'm just looking to see if there's enough support to keep the door open and keep moving forward.
Counselor?
Yes.
Not to jump into council discussion, because obviously council discussion, but we do have an item on the M&P with regard to Lee County issues on Thursday. So I think what I'm hearing is, you know, we want to sort of see, not necessarily work out all the fine details, but at least sort of put a circle around the outside line of what the council might be willing to do to see if there's a way to collaborate with Lee County. And maybe now that you shared this information you had with the other council members, they could think about it over the next 72 hours. And maybe we could say, well, here's what's inside the line for us, and this is what's outside the line on Thursday, to begin to give the county some feedback on whether there's an opportunity to collaborate.
That's a good idea. It's a fair approach.
Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing, I don't have anything else to add. I couldn't possibly. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, I'll entertain a motion
No, are we, is it set in stone that we are not going to meet again this month?
Right now, we're not planning on that. If a need arises, of course, we could have a special meeting, but as it stands right now, we're not planning on that.
So the regular scheduled meeting will be canceled.
I think we indicated on the calendar if needed. And right now, we're not seeing a need, but if you all feel there's a need today or Thursday or any time before the 16th, please let us know. But right now, we don't have anything that we need to take in front of council.
Before the break.
Well, I would just say this, Roger, to that point, the Elvis Presley premiere is coming on June 24th. And at the June 21st meeting, I was going to sing Blue Christmas, but now that that meeting's canceled, I will not be singing that in honor of the premiere of the movie Elvis coming out. So-
Mr. Mayor, you can set a special, you can set a special meeting, I can set a special meeting, or two of the councils. could set
Guessing
a
the mayor
special
will want to
meeting.
leave town if I'm going to.
So if anyone wants to reconsider, now's the time.
Because I'd be willing to make a motion to not adjourn the meeting while we,
I didn't realize we had two vocalists on.
I'd rather see you do Blue Suede Shoes. To tell you the truth.
okay.
Oh, three,
to
excuse
censor
me,
that.
three. Whiskey tenor as he is. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Ben second. Any discussion, any objection? We're adjourned at 1:31. Like a tea time.